Good morning and welcome to the National Cricket Centre here in Balmain, Vancouver. It's West Indies under-19 team versus USA under-19 in this development series aimed at helping the teams prepare for the 2024 ICC Under-19 Cricket World Cup. I'm Vidya Ramphal here with you alongside Kadir Mohammed, and we're here for this game, which is the third from last game of the series. Several of them, four in fact, of the 5 games so far have been rained out. Just one result so far, and that was the TNT under 23s against the West Indies A team. The West Indies under 19 team, West Indies under 19 winning that game by 7 wickets. Now, the West Indies team and the USA team, who will both be at the World Cup next year in South Africa in 2024, they're involved in another match. And we have a delayed start. This game due to start at 10:45 a.m. And that is, of course, due to some overnight rain, which has left some wet spots on the field, predominantly on the western side of the ground at the runoff area. Well, that has now been resolved sufficiently to allow the game to continue. There is the USA team, and both sides, just to mention, playing with 13 players today, 11 on the field at any one time, and any of those 11 of those 13 players can bat or bowl. And there is the eastern side of the ground, and as you can see, some puffy white clouds, lot more blue sky today than at any other day, so we will hopefully have a full day's play. There are the West Indies openers heading out there, and first of all, to the left of your picture, that's Adrian Ware, the Jamaican, the 18-year-old Jamaican, powerful right-hander, hits it a long way, and next to him, the West Indies under-19 captain, Stephen Pascal, another 18-year-old out of Dominica, a talented batter who has had 603 half-centuries in the last few seasons here in local cricket. So he is in a good shape. He's had 2 good innings so far in the competition, including getting to 37 not out in the match 2 days ago, and a few days before that against the TNT under-19, under-23 team. He also got a very valuable 46 not out, so he hasn't been dismissed so far, Pascal. As for Ware, he's hit some big blows. And there's a panoramic shot there of the National Cricket Centre, the bamboo groves at the back, decimated by a big fire earlier this year. There is, of course, is the National Cycling Velodrome, where there will be an awards function, I understand, tonight. Trinidad and Tobago Cycling will be celebrating itself. And I would imagine that Tennille Campbell, the outstanding female cyclist from Trinidad and Tobago, and of course the Nicholas Paul, who won Commonwealth Gold last year in cycling, he's very much going to be up there for Cyclist of the Year. Now back here in the middle, it looks like the man for the USA who will be starting off. It's going to be Arya Garg, the number 3 left armer, 16 years old, and getting his first chance to play in the competition. Has been out of the team for the first couple. So here we are. Ware is about to face the first ball. And at the other end is Stephen Pascal. Our umpires today are Lyndon Rajkumar, and that's Lyndon Rajkumar at the presiding end. And he has called play. Danish Ramdani is at the other end, both from Trinidad and Tobago. Here's the first ball. Very, very slow off the track, and pulled away nicely for Ware to get a nice gentle loosener here from Garg to get off to a good start. Kelman Kaulesa, correction, is the other man out there today. Danish Ramdani would officiated in the other match. So there goes my invitation to the Kaulesa household for Christmas this year. So Garg just about to start off here, and he's bowling to the right-handed Pascal, tall and elegant right-hander to Dominica. Nice juicy full toss, which is played in front of square this time. It won't go to the boundary. That one's slowing up. It's a very heavy outfield. And they will get a couple of runs here. That's a nice elegant push. A shot we've seen a lot from Pascal in this tournament so far. And as for the game itself, it has been reduced to 47 overs a side. The first session due to end at 2:03 p.m. with the second session starting at 2:33. So the umpires have used the fully that 45-minute extra period here. Here's Garrick once again. Straight to the fielder this time, and that rebounded off the hands of the USA captain there, Rishi Ramesh, as if he'd been wearing rubber gloves. And certainly Kadir is not wearing any rubber gloves today, at least. How are you, Kadir?
Yeah, very good morning, video. Again, good morning, viewers. Another beautiful day here at the National Cricket Centre, Balmain, Couva. West Indies under 19s winning the toss and electing to bat first.
That one kept a little bit low. Well, the pitch, as you can see there, the lightest coloured of the areas. A lot of moisture in the pitch. And you were out there for a bit there, Kadir, and certainly it looks like it's going to be slow. It's going to lack bounce, as we've seen from the other pitches used in the tournament so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a bit slow. We've seen evidences of that so far in this first over. Some indifferent bounce, some scooting through, and you're going to get some that's going to rear up as well.
Well, those two dropping in just about similar spots, one squatting and the other one coming up to about stump height. So just to tell you that Kadir spot on as always here with the mic in front of him. And well, it hasn't been a happy time for these for us commentators. We've been starved of cricket, but the players have been enjoying themselves. They've when the rain is down, they've been warming up, they've been playing, they've been continuing to enjoy their tour here. All of these players involved in this match are not from Trinidad and Tobago, so this is very much a time away from their families, which can be difficult at this time of the year, but they seem to be enjoying themselves. At the end of the first over, 3 without loss.
Yeah, particularly the USA under 19 team. They're always out there once they're not on the park, and they seem to be having a ball here in Trinidad. Speaking to the manager, in fact, and he was just saying that the conditions, the weather, and it's not having a good time with that. It's something that is totally out of our control. But the good news is that we have play, and we do hope that we get a full game in.
Well, the American players were playing some football, or shall we say soccer, earlier today. And I'm sure they would know the stadium you just saw. That's the Atabolden Stadium, where their country was knocked out of the World Cup back in 2017. Famous match, which if you're not from Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure you've heard about. That's where it took place, that stadium that you would have seen just a couple seconds before. Atindra Subramanian is about to start off, and he had a pretty good spell in the last game. He's bowling from the northern end of the ground.
Yeah, he had a pretty decent spell, Atindra Subramanian. He's not the tallest of bowlers, so he's going to get it to skid through. And Adrian Ware, he's shown that he's going to play his natural game. He's going to go hard. I think he just needs to be a bit more watchful for a bit longer on this particular surface here at the Cricket Centre. Once he's in there, he's going to score. Just needs to give himself a chance.
Down the leg side. Well, there seemed to be a touch on something. It was pads, according the umpire hadn't called anything. Yeah, and we've seen this tendency from Ware. Once the ball is not up to him, where he can strike it powerfully down the ground, he does tend to be starved a bit and then lured into playing a few chancy shots, and that's where he's met his demise in the last 2 games.
Yeah. Strongly built Jamaican.
Yeah, aimed for a very meaty cut there, which only finds the backward point fielder. You say strongly built Jamaican. Which ones are not? They all seem to be very, very fit, at least the ones we see here coming to play in Trinidad and Tobago. But Ware is a fine specimen. He's only 18 years of age, but I think he was towering over you.
Yeah, he is. Well-built young man. Right-hander.
That's better from him. And this will be an important time for him to really build his repertoire and to build his, in terms of his batsmanship, because we've seen that tendency for him to try to go at the ball hard. There, of course, is the National Cycling Velodrome, built just before the start of the 2016 Olympics. Has hosted the Pan American Cycling Championships once, one of the outstanding venues here in Trinidad and Tobago. And just to follow up on that, Ware hasn't exactly gotten on his bike just yet.
Yeah, you're right about that. He's still there. The 3-bit Outlaws, good over so far from Subramanian. Tight start. Not giving Ware anything to really throw his hands at. Some of the substitutes for the USA. Quite a big squad. 18 of them here for this tournament. Nat Carney and Ryan Bagani.
Both of them not playing. Bagani had an outstanding 61 against Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s a couple days ago. And kept low on the indifferent bounce, really. That's what Subramanian does well. Just keeping it wide of the off stump, and the indifferent bounce, Ware's getting a bit frustrated here. So that's the end of the over. 2 overs gone. West Indies on the 19th, 3 without loss. A maiden over in that one by Subramanian. That's the eastern side of the ground. Very, very windy, as you can see here. And he's just looking for some easy meat. But the Americans have not been exactly that here today.
Yeah. Our camera crew here, Gordon Pear. We always get shots when he's on.
Just seems to spot these vultures all over the place. That might be the only bird within a square mile of us. Way down the leg side. Did that clip something? No, it didn't. And the first signal from umpire Lyndon Rajkumar with us here today. He was the reserve umpire for one of the games earlier on the field here today.
Yeah. Arya Garg, left arm seamer. First time we're having a look at him. Operating from the southern end.
Well, the one slip in place, and that one went to him on the ground. That didn't get up at all. Played with nice soft hands by Pascal. And you suspect that's how he plays his game, because he gets into line very quickly. His motion is as fluid as that, and there it is. He's flying around there, enjoying himself. Certainly, it's been quite breezy today, and just tells you how much of that is being used by our feathered friends around us.
Yeah.
Nicely driven again by Pascal. That almost beat the fielder, but good bit of work there. Sliding across there, Aryan Batra to make the stop.
Yeah, Pascal, another nice firm push from him. Elegant flowing right-handed batsman out of Dominica. Captain, of course, of this West Indies under-19 team. A lot depends on him at the top of the innings. Really is the one to sort of carry the innings as deep as possible.
That's him on the pad. Ooh, that was maybe bat onto pad there. That's a stifled appeal by the bowler, and less so from behind the stumps. But it seemed that he got an inside edge. Finally got one that was pitched a bit closer to him and went for it immediately. But not a lot of footwork there.
Yeah, slight movement back into Adrian Ware. He's coming off the inside edge of the bat, stifled appeal. Nice blue skies above us. Sun is back out.
Very good delivery there from Garg. Just well defended, though, by Ware. Watched it all the way, maybe dropping just an inch or two in front of the crease. But very much aware of that, Adrian Ware.
Yeah. Still no room to access the offside. No rooms to get his hands going. Garg pretty straight. Slight movement.
Pas Patel doing an unusual bit of warming up there. Getting those hammies going. Last thing you want to do is to pull one of those. Let's cut away and straight to the field. A nice bounce to the backward point fielder. First bounce is not a problem when you're at backward point. It's the second one that gets you.
Yeah. Always a difficult place to field at backward point. You always want your best fielder there, high traffic area. But I think the US so far they've done well. They sort of kept Adrian Ware in check. He loves to field bat on ball, 1 from 10. So this is a pretty interesting period for him. Usually gets off to a good start.
Yeah, that one was a bit closer to him again. The length of those deliveries getting closer and closer to him. That time couldn't beat the mid-wicket fielder as the third over comes to an end. 5 without loss here for the West Indies under-19s, who won the toss and decided to bat first. And remember, teams are playing 13 players aside. West Indies have left out Nathan Edward and Tariq Edward. 2 of them out, Tariq from St. Lucia and Nathan from San Martin. That's the Dutch territory. And a lot of interesting things are happening there. We're seeing a lot more players coming out of San Martin at youth and, of course, at senior level. Casey Carthy, the most recognizable of this wave of players coming out of a country that previously had not produced any West Indian players.
Yeah, Casey Carty doing a lot of good things there. Sure, he's inspired a lot of young men, to sort of play this game of cricket. Teja Subramanian is going to continue. 1 slip and a gully.
Played nicely again, but through the hands of the fielder, there is someone to back up. And I don't know if you've ever been to San Martin. My family member has been there, my mom, and she was talking about it, how lovely it is. Very small country. It's actually divided between the Dutch and the French. So there's a French side and a Dutch side. There's, of course, the famous airport where people love to go by the fence and do what they call the Superman. Have you ever heard about that?
Never heard about that.
Oh,
Need to shed some light on that video.
I'll tell you about that in a moment. Edged and between keeper and slip and away for the first boundary of the day. And that is not the ideal way for him to get off the mark, but Pascal will take it. The keeper just budging to his right. First slip. Literally, that should have been the keeper's catch. Let's see.
Yeah, tricky from Pascal. Splitting Captain Ramesh and the wicketkeeper Aripalian all the way for 4. But I definitely think keeper should have gone there. He has the one. He's the one with the gloves. Ramesh was just at about a second slip.
That's the danger of that staggered slip cordon. Now Ramesh has come into a more conventional first slip. But that was the error there by the US. That would have been a big blow to get Pascal early. Pascal has not been dismissed so far for the series.
Yeah, and I think though the ball is new, and why you want to be that wide-ish, that second slip? It's almost as though he really given up a chance there. Ball is still new. It's doing a bit. There you go, video.
Yeah, that's Camden Park is close by to us here, built during the Second World War. It's one of the airstrips here in Trinidad. That aircraft has come from Camden Park. That's close by, just away to the west of us. And again, that one passing behind a backward point. There is a fielder out at wide third man. Garg is there, and he makes a stop. So another run here for Pascal.
A pretty tight start. Just 10 on the board for the West Indies under 19s. Good disciplined stuff from both opening bowlers here for the USA under 19s. 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. A third man and a deep backward square.
How costly is that miss going to be for the USA here? This time we're allowing that one to go through. But Pascal has been in such good form. He's barely put a foot wrong in the other 2 innings, and that is a huge let-off there.
Yeah, definitely. 46 not out. And on Thursday, he had a good score as well. Him and Jewel Andrew really formed a nice partnership. But Adrian Ware would have shades of Subramanian in his mind. Of course, he'd been dismissed from that particular end on Thursday as well.
And against the same bowler.
Yeah.
And that's a nicely played shot, but fielded well. Got a good bounce to fielder. And that has brought an end to this over. 4 overs gone, and the West Indies under-19 team are 10 without loss. So far, they've been very good so far, the USA, forcing one chance, which they did not take off Pascal and to where they have kept it just on that good length or just short of a good length, and he has been unable to score freely. And that's not a bad place to be watching the cricket from. That gentleman there just easing into the shade, and all he needs is a beach chair and a couple of drinks there.
Yeah. Cricket, lovely cricket. Why not?
Oh, that one really squatted. Boy. That one really kept very, very low indeed. And almost bounced twice before it got to the keeper.
Yeah, scooting through again on that northern side. That seems to be the side where the invariable bounce is a lot more than the southern side. But it's got to be watchful on that side. I tell you what, if that was lined on the stumps, Pascal would have been in trouble.
Goes for the big hit. Hits him on the pads. There's a big appeal. And umpire Rajkumar says not out. The Americans look a little bit aggrieved there. They thought that may have been out. Was there an edge involved? That's going to be interesting viewing indeed. It was well stopped at first slip. And then there was a chance to run him out. So a lot happening there. First of all, take a look at this.
Yeah, full delivery. A bit of in-swing again. Pascal just laboring out of his crease. And not out was the call. That seemed to be very close. Very, very close. May have gotten an inside edge, Pascal.
Yeah, double jeopardy there for him. He's going to get a run this time, possibly 2 as the 2 U.S. fielders are after it. And the sliding stop there by Satish, just knocking it back. And a couple of runs. A move straight out of Major League Baseball. That's where cricket has imported that particular move from. The slide, starting around the 1990s, we started to see the slide. Of course, it had been used in baseball for decades and decades before that.
Yeah. And, it's a skill too to really pull out a slide. You see a lot of injuries, freak injuries happen when players attempt that.
Well, Pascal is looking a bit off color here today. Edged one in the last over, went between a slip and gully. He made a shimmy down the track first of all, then tried to force it through mid-wicket, hit on the pad, possibly an inside edge we feel, and then was caught standing outside of his crease, almost got run out. So a little unsettled here, Stephen Pascal, the skipper.
Yeah, it seems like the US, they've done some homework on the West Indies and the 19 batters, keeping it very, very tight.
Hits that in the air and straight down the ground for 4. That's what Ware loves. Once it's up to him like that, he's going to put it away, and a nice solid straight drive from the big Jamaican.
Yeah, another full delivery from Garg. And we are able to just dig it out really, and had some good timing on it all the way for 4. That would give him some confidence. Adrian Ware, second boundary of the morning, 17 without loss. Garg has been good, Arya Garg. Just giving away a boundary there. First time bowling in the series. He's done a good job so far. Let's see how he finishes off this over.
Very good ball to end off here. That one pulled the length back. That's where he's been operating most of the day. And that one was well defended by Ware, who's up to 5 of 15. The West Indies under-19s are 17 without loss after 5 overs.
Yeah, so far so good. 17 without loss.
Yeah.
Both batters still able to preserve their wickets. Stephen Pascal. And there's some members of the academy that is taking place here at the National Cricket Centre. Academy program that has really piqued the interest of young players.
Well, that could be one of the under 23 players for the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 players there. Getting some training and some work there. Several of the players are involved in training on Saturdays in a program running currently. Oh, that's it. That's the end of him. And some good bowling here by Subramanian, and he's taken the prized wicket of Pascal. We mentioned he was not looking quite himself after 2 excellent innings, playing some shots that we've not seen from him in the past couple of days, and loses his off stump to the admirable Subramanian. He's gone for 10.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Subramanian. A bit of movement back into Pascal. On top of middle stump. Exactly what a bowling coach would ask you to do. And that's a really, really good wicket for the USA under 19. Stephen Pascal gone for 10. West Indies under 19s 17 for 1.
So excellent bit of bowling there by Subramanian, and collectively it's been good from the USA outside of that one delivery in the last over that was smacked for 4 by Ware. It has been a very good start. 17 without loss after 5 overs, West Indies under 19s. So far, they had 26 for 1 in the first game that they played. And in the previous game, they got 28 for 1. So that tells you that it has been, by far, their slowest start. Just to give you by comparison, TNT under 23s got 35 for 1 in their game. USA got 23 in their match against the TNT under 23s. So just gives you an idea how slow the start has been here and how good the USA have been.
Yeah, take nothing away from the USA under 19s. They've been unsung. They've been on the money. And they've really stifled the opening pair. And it resulted in Stephen Pascal losing his wicket. Movindra Dindyal, new batter out of Guyana. Another free-flowing right-handed batter. It's going to be a different sort of innings from him. Early wicket. A difficult pitch to start on. We saw him in his previous game, a video, and he played a shorter ball.
Yeah.
He was exciting for his not out 15. Different situation here. Here he is, the Subramanian.
Well, shot a ball, you said. That looks about accurate. First one, just guiding it between the gully and the backward point for 1. Easy as you like. He seems to have the reading of the pitch and the pace of it already.
Yeah. Movindra Dindyal. Well, he's an exciting prospect. Adrian Ware, 5 from 15. He's been starved of anything loose. And Subramanian again with another early breakthrough for USA under 19s. Picked up Ware in this previous outing.
Yeah, Ware trying to manufacture opportunities for himself here. That one, not quite a full delivery. Just trying to play that drive on the up, but finding the fielders quite regularly here. As for his partner at the other end, that's Dindyal. Alvin Kalicharan, who is one of the selectors for this USA under 19 team, had described Dindyal as perhaps a future international. He saw a lot of quality in him. Edged and caught. Double strike in the over, and Subramanian has taken another one, and one that was not quite full. Ware went for the big drive, and this time gets the edge, and Ware's gone for 5, and Dindyal's left alone there because Subramanian has taken a second one.
Yeah, Adrian Ware, similar type dismissal from the previous game. A bit of wit again, and just feathering one through. And again, safe hands from Aripali. Subramanian celebrates a double strike in the over. West Indies under 19s now 18 for 2. We're gone for 5.
Yes, so that's a good double strike here by Subramanian. It just tells you, despite the fact that this is a slow pitch, also despite the fact that you're not going to get a huge amount of assistance here from it, Subramanian has bowled well by using those old-fashioned virtues of good length, good line.
Yeah, sticking to his guns. Sticking to his guns. Atija Subramanian. He's reaped the rewards for his disciplined bowling. Stephen Wedderburn out at number 4. And work to do here for Dindyal and Wedderburn. 2 new batters to the crease. And I just thought, Vidya, West Indies under 19 winning the toss and choosing to bat first. it might just be down to the surface. It tends to sort of break up going into the second half of the innings. But my, the US, they've been on song. Certainly asked questions of the West Indies under 19 batters, removing the both openers inside the first 6 overs. That's a huge bite into the West Indies lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the 2 openers going cheaply. 10 for Pascal, 5 for Ware. And after first 5 overs, 17, well, the pressure was mounting and 2 poor shots. And it actually could have been worse because we had Pascal being dropped the previous over from Subramanian, and he was also almost run out twice in that period. Very unsettled by this fine, very tight opening spell here between these 2 USA bowlers, Garg and Subramanian. New man in is, as you mentioned, Stephen Wedderburn, also out of Jamaica. So 1 Jamaican out and another comes in. Of course, local fans here in Trinidad and Tobago, it's been a big discussion point since the West Indies team under 19 team for Sri Lanka was named. No TNT players in the squad, and some might say that was a pretty fair reflection because outside of Andrew Rambaran, who may have been a bit unlucky not to make the squad, we didn't see a lot of players put up their hands in that TNT under 19 team to make the team. 1 or 2 others would feel a bit aggrieved, though.
Yeah, right on cue with that video.
Well, that hits the pad again, and a 3rd wicket in the over. Wow! Subramanian is having the over of his career here. He's taken another one. And it's a story he's gonna tell for many times coming up in years to come. Remember the day I took 3 wickets in the over against the West Indies in Trinidad. Look at this. 3rd wicket, Weatherburn not far forward, given out LBW.
Teja Subramanian turning this game on its head. 3 in the over. Weatherburn gone for no score. West Indies under 19s 18 for 3 after winning the toss and batting. But Subramanian, he is... Tell you what, Vidya, he's moving that ball a bit and he's causing problems for the top order. He's already removed the 3. Weatherburn gone for no score, 18 for 3. Subramanian 3 overs, 3 for 6.
Now get this, he has 3 wickets in 5 balls. He still has another one to go here. Wickets falling off 5.1, 5.4, 5.5. He's now on a hat-trick here, Kadir. Could we see history for the USA?
Yeah, it's going pear-shaped for the West Indies under 19s. Joshua Dawn with number 5 on his back.
That's not a reference to our cameraman today.
Tell you what, if he could hear you.
Well, he might be having a word with you after this innings. Sure, he'll be giving you a couple of his thoughts on that. Projected score right now for the West Indies under-19 team, 150. Dawn had a wonderful innings in the last game. What a talent he is in that match. He got a really polished 57 in that match, batting with Pascal, who got 46 not out. Pascal's gone. Dawn is out there now. And, well, that was the last ball of the over. Correction, 5.6. So at the end of the 6th over, what an over. Subramanian could scarcely believe himself at the moment that he's had 3 in the over. Nicely played. And Dindial is not going to be cowed by the situation at all. His first couple of shots, one very good cut down to 3rd man, and this one, a rather meaty looking drive.
Yeah, again, the plan is clear from the USA. Just 2 fielders on the onside, a mid-wicket and a deep backward square. So the plan is clear. Outside the off stump is where they're asking the seamers to be.
Well, that's a lovely on drive. This one could go to the boundary here. Dindial is already off the mark, and he gets another couple. Perhaps if it hadn't rained so much over the last couple of days, that would have certainly gone to the ropes. Dindial picking up his first double.
Yeah, safe from Dindial, no mid-on in place. So once he got the gap There was runs on offer. But what I would say to Mavendra Dindyal though is that I'm not asking him to do anything out of the ordinary. Play your game. Just be a bit watchful. You know, already 3 wickets down. You don't want to expose the lower order too early. Ball still relatively new.
Again, turns this one through mid-wicket. He's going to get another couple of runs here. 2 fielders converge on it. And the one coming away with it is Aryan Satish, who does bowl some leg breaks. There are a couple of bowlers who can turn it away from the right-handers in this USA squad. Aripali, who's actually the wicket-keeper, does bowl a bit of leg breaks. Satish, Rishi Ramesh, the captain, and Rishi Pandey. No relation to the very well-known former Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister. All 3 of them can bowl the leg breaks. Well, Dindyal is starting off busily, and there he is again, getting another couple. He could get a bit more. In fact, he's going to get a boundary. That goes for 4. And Patel almost ran himself into the Price Club supermarket sign down there.
Yeah, again, a good touch from Dindyal. Just getting inside the line and working this one. Work for square leg to do. Very, very wide. Got it in the gap. And away for 4. So Dindyal, he's playing his natural game. And so far, so good. Not taking any undue risks. And it's been rewarding. 9 from 5 already. 26 for 3. A repair job to do for these 2.
Well, I guess he really does look a picture, doesn't he, Dindyal, getting nicely behind that one. Stays a bit lower than we see some of the other players. A lot of bend, flex in that knee. And really, he's not the tallest of men, and he also stays pretty low, so getting a pretty good view of the ball coming through. We've often seen in the longer versions of the game how these shorter players seem to dominate.
Yeah, it's just how you feel comfortable in your stance. I mentioned Mavendra Dindyal, not the tallest of guys.
And that is hit with a bit more power on it, and this one should go to the ropes and has. Second boundary in the over for Dindyal, and after that adrenaline rush from the USA in the last over with 3 wickets, now Mavendra Dindyal has picked up runs readily in this over. Look at that. A boundary to end off the over. Boy, it's raining runs here all of a sudden.
Yeah, another good safe shot from Dindyal. No mid-on in place. Once he got a good piece of it, was always going to run downhill for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over. Pretty expensive one. 12 coming in it. 30 for 3 after 7 overs. And Subramanian, well, no doubt he's going to continue. 3 wickets in the over. They're really turning this tide.
Well, I don't think anyone's going to take the ball away from him now. He wants to bowl at this time. The man with the number 27 on his back, Atindra Subramanian, one of the older players on the team at 19. A lot of 17 and 18-year-olds. Garg, the opening bowler from the southern end, he's only 16 years of age. He and Arjun Mahesh are the 2 youngest ones, alongside of Utkarsh Srivastava. He also is a 16-year-old. So a lot of talent on this USA team. Whether they will be able to dominate against their opponents in the Under-19 World Cup, well, second time there for the USA and the first time since 2010 for them. And just getting there is a huge achievement. And I'm sure they're not going up there to make numbers.
Yeah, I tell you what, don't count them out. On their day, they could be a force to reckon with.
That one's rising a little bit more. 2 fielders colliding perhaps and sliding around to it. Gets through both of them, and that's a single that takes Dawn off the mark. And he's a pretty tall young man. Josh Dawn gets up nicely and powers that through the cover region. Joshua, to be correct.
Yeah, good all-round player. Bats at the top of the order, bowls off breaks. Pretty handy bowler as well. Took 3 for 32 from his 10 overs against the Trinidad and Tobago under 23s.
Dindyal just taking a little step down the track here. Boy, he is. I'm sure that a lot of West Indian fans are looking at this young man and excited at what he could be in a couple of years' time. He just seems to have no fear at all, does he?
Yeah, something that goes with young players. Seem to be fearless at various age groups. We see at international level, 19 and 20-year-olds attacking the senior pros.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's here at in this under-19 level. We've seen the likes of Johnson. Jordan Johnson, of course, has been called up to play for the West Indies Academy team. They are in action, the West Indies Academy team. And that match against Emerging Ireland, seeing that one at 15 for 2 after 6.3 overs. Actually, is that correct? I think we'll update that score for you.
It's 76 for 2
76
in
for
18th over.
In the 18th over, just a correction there. Last ball of the 18th over here. We're in the 8th over and a run to go with that. West Indies Academy also winning the 50-over series, 2-1 over Emerging Ireland. This is the start of the 4-day match, which is taking place between the teams. So the 3 feeder West Indies teams in action: West Indies under-19s, the West Indies Academy, and the West Indies A team pulling off a superb win against South Africa yesterday. Turned in the mid-wicket area. There is 2 on here, and they're going to get it pretty comfortably in the end. There may be even an opportunity for 3, which they do take. Good running between these 2 batters. And both are very fit young men, and they got that in a canter. There was even a thought they could have run 4.
Yeah, again, Dindial, a 2 and then a 3. And so he's really playing with the field, Vidya. As we mentioned, a predominantly offside set field. So he's just getting inside the line and working it into huge acres of space on the onside. Just 2 fielders there at a wideish mid-on and a deep backward square.
Straight to the fielder this time. Couldn't pierce the gap. There, Dawn. That's the fielder just getting in the way of that. Just mentioning that match yesterday. West Indies A looked like they were going to crash away to defeat. The end of the 8th over here is 36 for 3. But what an innings that was from Kevin Sinclair. Now, Kevin Sinclair, over the last 12 months or so, has done his credentials as a all-rounder, no harm at all. He took 4 wickets in the game and got 39 not out, and also got 80 not out in the second innings to take the West Indies to victory. I think when I first checked on the game yesterday morning, it was 137 for 7. And of course, many would have been thinking West Indies would slide away to defeat here. They rose up to chase down 224 with that man Sinclair getting 80 not out of 150 deliveries, 8 fours and 3 sixes. What an innings from him.
Yeah, him and Jai McAllister putting on 53 for the final wicket. McAllister just making 7. But
of 34, he did very well.
Yeah, what a knock it was from Kevin Sinclair. He's come on leaps and bounds in the last 18 months or so. He's earned himself a West Indies test squad. He's a member of the West Indies A team, member of the T20 team. So he's done himself no harm.
Bowling change here at the southern end. Garg is out, and it's going to be Batra. Aryan Batra to bowl, the 18-year-old. And that's hit square of the wicket and down to the boundary for 4. That is a wonderful shot there by an amazing young batsman, Dindial. That was pitched up. Boy, did he just waited that little bit longer to play it square of the wicket for 4.
Immediately Guten Batra getting down the track. And it's risky on that occasion. All the way for 4. Backward point area. And Dindial, 22 from 12. And take into consideration, West Indies under 19s were 18 for 3 at one point.
Well, it's flown up to 40 for 3 now. Goes for the big shot this time. Doesn't get all of it. Dindial, and I'm sure that his father, Gopal Teddy Dindial, is looking on with a smile on his face and remembering the days when early mornings he would get up and bowl between 400 and 500 deliveries at his son every morning. And when he sees him batting like this, that is hard work, that is paying off, but still a long way to go for this youngster for him to reach the heights of the West Indies senior team. Yeah, decided to leave that one alone. That was a bit too wide for the drive.
And he's asking for a wide delivery. Mahendra Dindyal.
He's not going to be left out of this game. He's involved in every aspect of it.
Yeah.
Wants to get into some umpiring while he's at it one time.
Yeah. Pretty
So
exciting.
Lyndon Rajkumar is very, very experienced. He's not one to suggest to young players, well, maybe you should do the batting and let me do the umpiring.
Stay in your lane.
Played uppishly into the gap. Not going to beat the fielder this time. And just going to be one as Nayak comes across to do the fielding. Another player we haven't seen much of in this tournament.
Yeah, Manav Nayak bowls a bit too. Might see him a bit later on. 41 for 3. Projected score 237. Long way away from here. Work for these two to do. Dawn and Dindyal.
And Dawn just eases that beautifully through the cover region, and that's going to run away for 4. Dindyal has played some exceptional shots, but really have to give that one. That's the prince of shots so far from Dawn. An elegant cover drive.
Yeah. Beautiful on the eye from Joshua Dawn. Tall, elegant, flowing right-handed batter. And it was pitched up and deserved the treatment. Dawn gets his first boundary. 5. He's in. He's on. 45 for 3. Pacha. 9 already in the over.
Well, we've seen two exquisite shots. The square drive by Dindyal earlier, and now the cover drive by Dawn. Boy, we could be for an exciting period here with these two if they get going. Dawn again. This time he finds the fielder. Not going to get the extra run. Not going to get the run, in fact. And all of a sudden, from 18 for 3, the West Indies are 45 for 3. Not out of the woods yet by any means, because a wicket now would put them squarely back into the shed. But look at that. Dindyal, 23 of 15. Dawn, 5 of 4. Over has come to an end. There's the stars and stripes there. Has been flowing every time the U.S. team have played. Some of the technical staff of the team away to the right. And the USA coached by Asif Mujtaba, the former Pakistan player who would have played 25 test matches and 66 ODIs. And get this, his first class average is 49.39. He had 4900s in his first class career.
Wow.
That's a huge amount. A player of exceptional talent.
Staggering.
He didn't quite make it at the senior level. In fact, his averages were nothing like what he did at test level, but he made world headlines in 1992 when he took 16 of Steve Waugh's last over in a ODI match at Hobart. And actually, Pakistan needed 7 runs off the last over to win. He hit a 6 and tied the match. It's one of those rare ties that you would have seen. Now, these days, that's something that happens a lot. Back then, that was huge, and it made headlines all over the world. Nicely cut away again by Dindyal. Boy, slow outfield, no problem for him as that thuds into the ropes. And the West Indies under-19s race on to 49 for 3.
Yeah, Dindyal again, just a hint of wit. And boy, did he get his hands through that delivery. Partnership already 31 from just 19 deliveries. So something of a counter-attack here from Dindyal. 27 from 16. And it's just been good cricketing shots. He's using his smarts. He's playing with the field. Some field changes now. Slips come out. There's a catching man. There's a man catching on the offside. At what is that? Is that a short backward point?
Yeah,
There's a backward point as well.
Yeah. Well, played at that one definitely. So beaten outside the off stump by the admirable Subramanian, the only of the U.S. bowlers who hasn't been really attacked so far. He's gotten a couple of boundaries in the last over, but 3 for 16, his figure's still looking good. Rishi Ramesh, the captain, has gone to backward point on the edge of the circle, but there is that catching backward point, as you mentioned there. And they've seen the strength of Dindial in playing those shots. Oh, almost cut that into his stumps, just cut it into the pitch. And luckily for him, hitting the pad and staying out of the stumps.
Yeah, again, just a bit of movement there as he's just hinting to Dawn. Just coming back in a bit. Luckily for him, didn't go back onto the stumps. But reinforcements to the offside field. Man catching at a short backward point. Here's a backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket. A deep backward square and a third man.
That's a good delivery, and Subramanian getting that one past the edge of Dindial, who's been very impressive so far. And a little discussion between Dindial and Dawn. And you like to see this between these two. And remember, they are rivals for places in the team.
Yeah.
But after he was beaten in the previous delivery, Dawn, you can see him showing that, yeah, that was a leg cutter.
Yeah.
So he's just informing, yeah, because they're both looking out for each other here. That's nice to see between these two and how they're playing as a team out there, this West Indies under-19 team. Oh, goes through the legs of the fielder, and that's going to run away down for 2 runs. So a couple more runs here for Dindial. And always a sign of a healthy dressing room when you see people or young men who are rivals for spots in a team playing as team players and enjoying each other's successes and encouraging and working with each other.
Yeah, you always want to share what's taking place out there to your non-striking partner. 50 coming up for the West Indies, 51 for 3. And that's good to see. Really, really good signs.
Getting that one solidly behind that Dindial. And Subramanian is getting those cutters to work here, beating the bat of Dindial. And that's given the young Guyana batsman something to think about as he's 29 of 21. And there's the end of the 10th over. And 51 for 3. What a change we've had in the last 5 overs. The West Indies have gotten 34 runs in the last 5 overs, but they've lost 3 wickets, all 3 falling in the same over.
Yeah, Subramanian with all 3 for 18 from his 5 overs. I think that might be his spell there. It's pretty hot out there now. Batra is going to continue. Aryan Batra. There's a 1 over costing him 9.
West Indies going along at 6.8 in that last 5 over block. That's because Dindial and Dawn have gone at better than a run a ball during their time at the crease. So it's going to be Dawn to face up to the batter in the second over. Nice fluent drive again from Dawn. He looks an absolute picture when he's out there. Joshua Dawn from the Christchurch area, I believe, at least he went to school in the Christchurch area in Barbados.
Yeah.
Well, that one kept a little bit low. Nice bit of fielding there by the USA. They've been energetic. They've been enthusiastic out there in the field. While there was the rain break on, they were playing a game of foot volleyball where it's like playing volleyball, but you're kicking the ball instead of using your hands. And they played that for over an hour before the game, and they're still out there throwing themselves around.
Ken, good fielding from Parth Patel. Cutting down the angle and just allowing for a single, but it was good fielding. Had it beaten Parth Patel, it could have run into the boundary. It's just going to be 1. But they've plugged that gap, Vidya, on the offside. Deep point in place. Third man inside the circle. And there's a extra cover. And cover. Parth Patel doing some warming ups there. He's at cover. Captain Ramesh is at extra cover.
Not a nice looking shot, but that's not going to go to the ropes this time. Fielder just pulls it back in, and they get another couple of runs here. So Dindial is into the 30s now, 31 of 22. West Indies on the 19s, 54 for 3. We're into the 11th over, and there's one of the helicopters, National Helicopter Service here in Trinidad.
There's your flight home.
That's not my flight home. In fact, they're a bit early if it is.
I'm told it's coming back for you?
I'm sure, hopefully it will. Anyway, that is the helicopter run. Let's hope they're not dropping me at the hospital by any means. Not sure which ward I'll end up in.
It's all good fun. 55 for 3. Good partnership so far between Dawn and Dindial.
Oh, this one picks the gap nicely, and this could run away for 4. And that was hit beautifully by Dawn. Such an exquisite timer of the ball, and more of that in evidence here as the West Indies scoring rate has flown over 5 at the moment. After 11 overs, 59 for 3. Brilliant shot.
Threaded the needle, beating the extra cover and the cover. Just a small gap, and he hit that to perfection. Precise timing from Joshua Dawn. He moves on to 10. At the end of 11, it's 59 for 3. Good work between Dindial and Dawn. Dindial 32 from 23. And the Dawn 10 from 8. So proactive partnership here between these two. Not going to be bogged down by any means. They're going to play their natural games. These two. Exactly what you want in a situation though. Don't want them to get into a shell.
Certainly. But if anything, if you are to be critical of what the USA have done, in that opening partnership, bowling partnership between Garag and Subramaniam, they had pulled their lengths back and they were able to contain the West Indies opening batters and get 3 wickets. Now, if anything, they're bowling a bit fuller here to Dawn and Dindial, and these two are feasting on it at the moment. If anything, they might want to just pull that length back a little bit and try to get these batters to hit on the up, as they were doing earlier. Subramaniam, if anything, he did that very well earlier. Patel now coming into the act.
Yeah, first sign of spin, Path Patel, off-break bowler. See what sort of purchase he can get from this surface. Pretty new ball. Yeah, operating from the northern end. Slight breeze. See if that would aid in some drift. Here he is. Starts with a shortish delivery. Quicker.
Well, I think that's going to be his average speed, really, because he's not going to flight anything. He's seen what the West Indians have done in previous matches with those flighted deliveries.
Yeah. It's going to be the modus operandi from Path Patel. Very much a frontline spinner in this USA team. Tell you the deep fielders. Tell you the deep fielders here. There are 4 of them. Man on the deep cover boundary. A long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. There's a slip in place. Srivastava is there. And the 1 to Dindial. So we see if this change in tactics from the USA, if it's going to slow Dindial at all. What we've seen early on, he likes space on the ball.
Well, in terms of the boundary riders, there is that deep cover in place, long on and a long off, deep mid wicket. Those are the 4 fielders outside of the ropes at this time. So if he gets into, he plays that square drive or that square cut that he loves, that deep cover or deep extra cover might be able to cut that off. If he goes straight, there are 2 fielders on the boundary and there's a deep mid wicket. So that 270 degrees fairly well covered on the ropes.
Yeah, work to do here. Just going to be 1. Good work from Satish. It's a crucial time for the West Indies under 19s video, as you mentioned. No, by no means out of the woods. 43 already, the partnership. They would want this to continue. Just guiding this one away. And it's running very close to the boundary. In fact, it's holding up just inside, but enough to come back for 3 runs. So showing his subtlety there was Dindial, picking up 3. At the end of 12, it's 64 for 3.
Yeah, it just stopped within maybe a foot or so of the ropes on its own accord. If it had been golf, that's what a golfer would be calling a gimme. Once it's that close and it's assumed that you can putt that easily, your partners might just tell you, pick up the ball, leave that as a one stroke. We'll assume that you could have put that away. That's how close it was. A gimme for good golfers might be like a 2 or 3 feet. For me, maybe about 6 or 7 inches or so. Of course, we mentioned some of the sporting venues in the area here. We are at the home for cricket in Trinidad. There's the home for football, which you saw earlier. There's also swimming and cycling also located in this area. There's also plans for a home for golf not too far from us at the Brecon Castle Golf Club. If you have been here in Trinidad and you have played there, you're going to know that's a stern test. It's a 9-hole course made out of the old sugarcane fields.
Guided away again. Dindial just going to be 1. Batra into his 3rd over. 2 overs costing him 17. And keeper Haripali, he's come up. So Dindial previously using his feet.
Yes, good tactics here from the USA. Keep him honest.
Dawn elegant again. Standing tall and pushing this one. Just going to be 1. Looks a picture when he is in this sort of mood, Joshua Dawn. And array of classy Bajan batsmen. He seems to be one coming out from there. Young man, of course, a lot to mention of from Barbados is Shamar Brooks, Shea Hope. And the keeper up to the stumps or not, Dindial is going to use his feet. Fearless young man.
Well, fearless, but he can't be careless. That's the other side. We haven't seen that from him. He hasn't been dismissed in this series yet. He provided a bit of a cameo in that previous game that he played. Really looked good coming in. Everyone had struggled on that pitch. He just seemed to be batting on a concrete strip at home. Everything was coming off perfectly off his bat.
A bit uppish, but in the gap, and this is running very close to the boundary. God-given chase, not going to pull it back, and treading the needle there again was Dawn for more.
Yeah, lovely shot again by Dawn, and look at this, look at the front foot press. Not a half volley by any means, but he just powered that away slightly in the air, dropped a few feet in front of the USA captain. That's Rishi Ramesh, and Ramesh diving away to his right, couldn't get to it, and it's couple of times now he's gotten a few boundaries through there. Bit of concern that the USA skipper now, he's still limping around. We have seen him limp in the previous games also. Might be carrying a little bit of a knock there, but he is going to continue the, as we've been calling him, the Rachin Ravendra lookalike.
Yeah, his hairstyle is similar, very similar, Rachin Ravendra, and leading this US team. Again, more runs for Dawn. This is going to be a bit of a concern for Ramesh, as you mentioned. Batra leaking runs already, 25. And these two are very proactive. As you mentioned, they're not letting the bowlers settle. And they're looking to impose themselves on this game. Again, another single to Dawn. So runs off every delivery in this over. 11 coming from it. At the end of 12, it's 73 for 3.
Yeah, that's another good over here for the West Indies, and the repair job is well and truly on here, and it is also going to be the water break. So Dindial has really changed the entire composition, the entire conversation, I should say, here in this match. After West Indies languishing at 18 for 3, he's come in and batted very positively, 39 of 31 deliveries, and don't discount the work of Dawn here, and he has provided the counterweight very elegantly, 17 of 12.
Yeah, so at this stage, it's going to be drinks at the National Cricket Centre. So 73 for 3 after 13 overs. The first hour has been done here. And the West Indies under 19 winning the toss this morning and electing to bat first, losing 3 wickets inside 6 overs. Atidra Subramanian with all 3. Since then, Movendra Dindial and Joshua Dawn have formed together a nice partnership. So far, Path Patel to continue. Dindial again, he is not letting these bowlers settle. He is going to play his game. He's using the depth of the crease. He's getting onto the front foot. Really, really exciting young man coming out of Guyana.
Yeah, they haven't been able to contain him at all here today. He has been scoring freely and at will, 40 of 32.
And I hear there's some showers forecast for later on. I hope they do stay away and we get to see an entire game.
Well, let's hope they confine their activities, those clouds, to the agricultural areas.
Yeah.
However, there's an old saying about cricket and stumps in Trinidad.
Yeah.
They do say that if you want rain, set up 3 stumps anywhere in Trinidad and rain will come.
Yeah, something I used to hear my grandfather say, and I used to think, why are you saying that? And I've grown accustomed to seeing that. Again, runs here for Dawn. It's going to be 4 singles coming in the over so far. And soon after a water break, it could be a bit of a lapse in concentration. Batters need to be switched on. Oftentimes we see bowling teams that work in their favor.
Well, Didial there just chancing his arm a little bit against the spinner. And you can see him just working out what the bowler is doing. The off break coming into him. Just tried to close the distance between him and where the ball was pitching. Try to perhaps loft that over the field.
Again, guided away, short third in place, and it's going to be a couple of runs here again for Dindial. So he is showing his finesse to go with his superb timing. So at the end of 14, it's 79 for 3.
Yeah, that was well timed also. It got to 3/4 way to the boundary. Now, Patel is not bowling as express pace, so he guided that beautifully down to the third man area for a couple runs. 79 for 3 after 14 overs. And there's the damage done by the forest fires earlier this year. I believe it was around May. That bamboo grove was easily the most impressive in the country. You could barely see the National Cycling's velodrome behind it from this vantage point. But however, of course, fires start very easily in bamboo with the bamboo stalks rubbing against each other, especially if they're dry. Fires can start spontaneously. Well, they are sparks of a different type flying at the moment.
Could work again from Parth Patel, saving a definite single. Batra is coming in for his 4th over. Aryan Batra, 3 overs costing him 26. And no seam, no spin from this end, the southern end. Again, just going to be 1, but another nice looking shot from Dawn.
Yeah, both of these players, one of the things that impressive about their upbringing is the role of their fathers. I talked about Gopal Teddy Dindial. Tony Dawn, the father of Joshua, has also played a big part in his career and in assisting his son to get to this level. It's a theme I think you will see with all of these players, the role of their parents. And when you look back at the careers of some of these players, they go on to much bigger things. The role of their parents, the fathers, the mothers, brothers also, in shaping their careers, huge importance for them.
Yeah, the support system.
And don't forget their sisters also.
Yeah. That is so critical in players' development. The support system from back home. Yeah. It's one thing to have the support of your coaches, but it's even better to have the support of your immediate family. Yeah. It really goes a long way in your development.
I mentioned sisters specifically because Brian Lara's sister, his older sister, took him to the Harvard coaching clinic.
Yeah.
Shaped his career in a big way. She was one of those who was pushing him to get into the cricket coaching clinic, took him along there, and that proved to have an enormous impact on his career.
Yeah, made an impact in world cricket, Brian Lara. Prince of Port of Spain, as he's fondly called here in Trinidad and Tobago. Wide on the crease from Batra. Good stop from Ramesh. Can't prevent a single though.
Yeah, he just couldn't locate it. After he made the stop, it had just escaped from him, and Dawn saw that and took the single well. He'll pinch to strike for the next over. It was actually Greg Matthews, the former Australian off-spinner, who gave Brian Lara the name, the Prince of Port of Spain, coined by an Australian. And obviously they had, I think the story went that, of course, the relationship between the two teams was quite different back then. And they had gone on a bit of walkabout like these young men are doing, but different surroundings in Port of Spain. And when Matthews apparently saw the reaction of people towards Lara, he coined the phrase that you are the Prince of Port of Spain.
Yeah, rightly so. Brian Charles Lara, familiar figure here in Trinidad and of course in world cricket. Parth Patel, the off-spinner from the northern end, he's going to continue. It's going to be bowling to Dawn. Pushed into the onside. And thinking about 2. Just 1. A bit of misfield in the deep from Srivastava. No extra run there. So the deep fielders. Deep extra cover. Long off, long on. And a deep mid-wicket. 4 outside of the 30-yard circle. Inside there's a short third man, a backward point. Extra cover. And a square leg. A bit of width that time, but then Dawn couldn't find the gap. It's been a good spell so far from Patel. Vidya, he's not flighting much. His trajectory is flat.
Well, that was close. Almost, if he had hit the stumps, it would have been interesting to see if Dindial was anywhere close to his crease. Didn't, and they survive. Now, interestingly, in that 5-over block, since the end of the power play, the U.S. have not been able to slow this runaway train at all. In fact, just slightly, in fact, West Indies went along at 6.2 during that 5-over stretch, picking up 31 runs, not losing a wicket. So, despite having 4 players on the boundary, the U.S., 2 more players, I should say, on the boundary, the U.S. were only able to slow up that scoring rate slightly.
Yeah, a bit more protection now. Might not be too far away from seeing spin from both ends. Again, flatter.
It's more like facing up to a gentle medium pacer rather than a spin bowler. He's not turning it at all. So Dawn and Dindial just playing him more like a medium pacer. Every now and again he gets one to turn a little bit, and that one caused some problems there for Dawn.
$16 done, 84 for 3. Dindial is 45 from 37. Dawn 22 from 24. Subramanian, Chief Destroyer, 3 for 18 from his 5. Yeah, and it's going to be a bowling change now. Batra out of the attack. And coming in for his first bowl in the series. It's going to be Satish, Aryan Satish. New bowler.
And some news coming out of Antigua now. Ireland have recovered from the loss of their 2 early wickets. Doheny and McCollum were the 2 men to go for 3 and 6 respectively. Since then, Cade Carmichael, 37 not out, and Murray Cummins, 57 not out. Emerging Ireland, 106 for 2. In their match in the 29th over against West Indies Academy.
Yeah, first of 2 4-day test matches or unofficial test matches. Here's Satish, leg break bowler from the southern end. And driven away by Dindial. Just 1. Bit of a different challenge now. Ball turning away from both right-handers. And the leg spinners, they're always a wicket-taking option.
And there is some spin in this pitch. Maybe not some quick turn, but there is enough to bother the batsman. No sign of a slip. That might tell you what the USA are thinking here.
I think it's really down to the free-flowing scoring nature of these two. But a slip should be in, giving him that option, wicket-taking option. It's so critical for leg spinners to start getting it coming out from the hand as early as possible.
Dawn just easing that one into the covers and picking up another one. He scored heavily in that area. Very strong on the offside.
And in the air, and Dindial is perched here. Ramesh taking a smart catch. He was traveling and he held on. So Satish, leg break bowler into the attack and picking up the dangerous Movendra Dindial for 46. West Indies under 19s now 86 for 4.
Oh, that was an excellent bit of bowling there. Just hung it up, went for the big drive, couldn't control it. And look at the celebration there from the USA captain. Boy, did he enjoy that. Well taken. It was hit powerfully straight at him. But that's the end of Dindial. And the USA finally some success here after a period where they were really under the gun. But real credit here to Ramesh, not only for taking the catch, but having the courage to bring the leg spinner in. And that change of angle really helping here. And you could see that Dindial's not happy at the moment here. Really, he played at that a bit too much power into it and couldn't keep that one down. Couldn't control it at all.
Yeah, I think the idea was right, but the execution was just a bit off. Didn't get the elevation. Ramesh in the right area and holding on to a pretty difficult chance. So Satish giving it some flight just outside the off stump, and it's paid dividends for him. So another success for the USA under 19s. Joel Andrew is out at number 6 for West Indies under 19s, and he too is pretty attacking by nature. Let's see how this goes.
68 of 64 deliveries, that partnership between Dindial and Dawn. It was that dominant, better than a run of ball. So they were going along quite well. But this man, Satish, with the very famous number 23 on his back, taking the wicket.
Andrew immediately off the mark. Andrew had a pretty good knock against this opposition on Thursday at 68 of just 62 deliveries. It started pretty slowly, and then he just got into his work and then just really teed off. Different situation here for him today. That was a full delivery and just punched down the ground for 1. So a successful over from Aryan Satish comes to an end at the end of 17. West Indies under 19s, 87 for 4.
Good over there for the USA, getting the wicket of Dindial. Now, Dawn is pretty dangerous, but Dindial just offers that little bit more in terms of his scoring rate. Once he stays there for a period of time, he's going to rack up a lot of runs. And he dominated that partnership with Dawn. 68 runs, Dawn providing 24 of them. So that just tells you how dominant Dindial was, perishing just short of his 50. I'm sure they'd love to see the end of both of these batsmen quickly here.
Yeah, the US might just feel that they could sneak themselves back into the contest. Good running from Dawn. Well watched, well backed up by Andrew. A couple of runs in it. Yeah, the US might feel that they could sneak themselves back into this game. 90 for 4. And already 4 wickets We've already taken 4. So they're well and truly into the middle order.
Well, taking a look at what the West Indies under-19s have done in this series, which unfortunately has been affected by the weather. Not a settled opening partnership yet here for the West Indies under-19s. Just to develop on that as Patel comes back in, Ware and Wedderburn actually opened in the first match that they played. And it was Ware and Pascal the last time round. And of course, in this match, Ware and Pascal back out there, but they haven't had a significant opening partnership in the 3 matches just yet. So you just get the feeling that they're just trying a couple of pairs just to see what's going to happen here. They need to get a solid opening partnership before they get to the World Cup.
Yeah. A good time to sort out that. Of course, the series, a couple more games to come. So they'll have a bit more opportunities to get that right.
And given the change in venue of not venue, but country of that particular World Cup, it'll completely change the thinking of everything of the selectors for that tournament coming up in January.
Bit of a misfeel. Just going to be a single.
Because previously, as the over comes to an end here, 91 for 4, they would have been thinking about the possibility in Sri Lanka. You would see some teams open with spin. So the character of your openers would be someone who could face up to the pace bowling and take a different view of things, like that our feathered friend is doing there. You need to be adept at playing the different types of bowling at the top. In South Africa, you would expect the teams will open up with their 2 seamers, with seamers coming in after that, with the odd variation of a talented spinner. So it's going to be a different type of opening partnership they will be looking for now.
Yeah, I would imagine it's going to change the dynamics of things a bit. But having said that, the attitude has got a slightly short delivery from Satish. The attitude is what you want to see. You want to see that willingness to play, willingness to do well.
And a willingness to get some big runs.
Yeah.
Our producer was just pointing out a resemblance between Satish and the Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner Imran Khan. Sort of a little bustle in a similar way. Doesn't have the hair tie like Imran Khan.
Yeah.
He does have a wicket already, which Khan does excel at, taking a lot of wickets.
Yeah, bit uppish again, just out of reach of Satish. And another one to the total.
That's, of course, Trinidad and Tobago's Imran Khan, not the Imran Khan who was the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Khan actually, I believe, is scheduled to be playing for the West Indies Masters in the coming weeks. He was due to be playing in Tobago, but I understand that's no longer happening. Now 39, Imran Khan.
Yeah, he's actually in the Legends League.
Legends
India.
League, that is,
Yeah.
yes, that's right. Yeah, first-class level for Imran Khan, 450 wickets at an average of 22.98 and an economy rate of 3.05. Not a bad bowler to emulate at all.
Yeah, take into consideration the span of his career. He's able to achieve those numbers. That's mind-blowing. Over 450 first-class wickets. I'm sure that would be something that he dreamt about.
Yeah,
For
certainly.
it to actually happen. Hard work.
I think he started his career as an opening batsman, and it's a very interesting story. I'll tell you a little bit about that in this coming over as we watch the other of the 2 spinners getting into his work here.
Path Patel it is.
Imran Khan actually started his career as an opening batsman. His first 5 matches for Trinidad and Tobago were in the top order, didn't really make a lot of runs, and was out of the team for quite a while. He was with the Trinidad and Tobago side when, in the early 2000s, when one Brian Charles Lara was playing, and was bowling a bit of leg spin at Lara, and that's when the idea came of his the other side of his career.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually Brian Lara that saw him bowling the leg spin to him in practice, and he said, he told him that he's looks pretty handy at it. Why didn't he consider bowling leg spin instead? And that's where he got the idea. Now, when one of the great batsmen of world cricket is telling you you should be bowling leg spin, well, that's what you do.
Most definitely. Yeah, this one is played away nicely into the gap. Should be 2 for Dawn. Eases that into the gap. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting from Imran Khan. Picked up 3 yesterday for his team in Legends League. 3 for 31. But ever since that move,
yeah,
he's really
450 wickets. Yeah,
450 wickets later.
West Indies inching closer to the 100 here. First 50 runs coming off 9.5 overs. So they've taken just a little bit longer this time round, and credit to the USA. The bowling to these batters has improved, and of course the dismissal of Dindial has helped the run rate to climb, to actually drop just a bit.
Quicker delivery. And Joel Andrew can't do much with that one. Score remains at 99 for 4. Up and over from Andrew. Is going to beat mid off and run into the boundary for 4. So Andrew gets his first boundary in the West Indies under 19s, bringing up 100. At the end of 20, 103 for 4.
So that 100 coming off exactly 20 overs. The first 50 came off 9.5 overs, so just a ball more, really. 2 balls more in correction in that for the West Indies to bring up their second 50. So, yeah, and we saw quite a few of these shots from Joel Andrew in his last innings here at the National Cricket Centre. What a talent he is. And I'm sure that West Indies fans must be looking on and seeing the likes of Andrew and Dawn, and of course Dindial must be salivating at the prospect of seeing these gentlemen in national colours, international colours in a couple of years' time. Of course, there's a lot of work still to be done for these youngsters to get into that West Indies senior team.
Yeah. And that's where the West Indies Academy is so critical, bridging that gap from the under-19 level into senior cricket. And I think it's a really good initiative by Cricket West Indies. Short delivery, pulled away in the gap, and they should run away. Does. Dawn feasts on the short delivery and picks up a boundary.
Yeah, that was deliberately done by Dawn. He knew exactly where the fielders were, deep mid-wicket and a wide long on, and he hit it exactly in between them. Took it very early, and there was no stopping that at all. Heavy outfield, a lot of rain and all. That was always going to go for a boundary there. So that's well hit by Dawn, and he's up to 37 of 40 deliveries, and this could be another very interesting period here at the game.
Another short delivery, punched away. Should get a couple here. And does. So Dawn. And could have get an extra run. Subramanian was alerted that.
I'm sure that the video analysts for the teams that the West Indies will be playing against coming up will be having a keen look at what's going on here. And this is very much the nucleus of the West Indies batting. Dindial, Dawn, and of course the gentleman with him here, Andrew. These three, that's the big three for the West Indies.
Yeah, Don't forget Stephen Pascal.
Yes, Pascal hasn't had a good day today, but he also, if you want to call them the big four, that's the big four.
Yeah.
Those are the four batsmen, and those are the ones they'll be trying to be formulating plans for this upcoming World Cup.
Engine room.
The engine room of the West Indies batting lineup, certainly.
Yeah, bit of spin there for Satish. Playing a miss from Dawn. But not much spin in this surface, as we've seen on previous surfaces that we've played on at the National Cricket Centre. This one, not much spin on offer.
Yeah, not much. So he's just had to rely on changes of pace here to defeat the batters, and certainly did get past the edge of Dawn on that occasion.
Edge this time from Dawn. Just one.
Well, you were calling for it earlier. There should have been a slip in place. That would have been a regulation catch to slip. Dawn going for the big shot, just hanging it up there outside the off stump, getting the big edge, and there was no one there to accept the catch. Well, you talked about that in the first over that Satish bowled, and here it is. 18 balls in, the chances come, and Dawn is still there, 40 or 44.
Yeah, short delivery in the air, and Satish. He's wearing Satish jersey. I don't think it's Satish, but Bull Satish caught Satish. Jewel Andrew goes for 7. Arya Satish picking another one here. 110 for 5.
Yeah, that's the end of Andrew. A disappointment here for the West Indies fans. Saw the ball pitched in a bit short, tried to lift it over, but that's well taken on the boundary. That's a good catch, and the end of Andrew. So another wicket down here, and this is the 5th wicket down now. So how will the USA proceed? They will sense now they're into that lower middle order. A chance here for them to perhaps knock over the West Indies under 150. The West Indies, once Dawn is still there, that their dream of getting into that 250 area still very much alive. The projected score at the moment, 264. That will be very much on if Dawn can get out there and get a big score. There's the remainder of the West Indies innings. Seeley, Edwards, James, Joseph, Redford, Motara, and Smith. They comprise the 13 players, the remainder of the 13 players playing today.
Yeah, Nathan Seeley, a new batter. Jewel Andrew, I don't think it was required in this particular situation. Dawn is going so well on the other end, scoring freely. And all Jewel Andrew had to do really was get Dawn back on strike. Instead, he wanted to play a big shot and held out in the deep. So Satish with 2 now. 3 of us, 2 for 14. 21 done. It's 110 for 5. Nathan Seeley, new batter.
So Seeley in now. Another 18-year-old bowls. Left arm orthodox. Batter right-handed here. So let's see what he has to offer. Seeley on strike. He'll be facing up to Patel, who's done his level best. 5 overs for 25 so far. Seeley can't get off the mark. Just a couple of fielders on the leg side. One inside the circle. Dawn correction there. Just getting it straight to the fielder. Long on and a deep mid-wicket in place on the leg side. Well, he's... gets him to drive straight. Really needs to get Dawn playing on the offside here. That's where he needs to be bowling at the moment. Just getting it to pitch and straighten. Now he's decided to go back over the wicket. So this may suit him a bit better here, Patel.
Yeah.
4 players inside the circle on the offside.
And that's where you want players to take responsibility. Vidya, Jewel Andrew. Once he's out there, he's going to score runs. Doesn't need to play those big shots. Just needs to have that presence of mind. When to attack and when to buckle down. Still a lot of overs to go.
Yeah, I think he'd be very disappointed that he got out here, considering we saw 68 of 62 from him the last time round when he was here. He played some wonderful shots. There were quite a few overs where he got 2. There were, in 2 occasions, he got 2 sixes in the over. So he's not the type of batter who will hit a 6 and go into his shell. He just when the blood is hot, he tries to make you pay. That time he got a shorter delivery from the leg spinner, and certainly it wasn't the best of deliveries. He really should have put that away, but tried to go for the maximum and was caught on the boundary.
Yeah. Just was not required. But he's come, he's gone. And USA under 19s, half the side back in the shed. Patel completes a maiden over. 22 down score remains at 110 for 5.
Yes, has been a fairly schizophrenic sort of innings here for the West Indies so far. In a lot of problems at 17 without loss, 3 wickets going down with the score on for the addition of 1 run. Then a magnificent partnership, almost 70 runs coming in that 4th wicket partnership. Then another breezy looking 24-run partnership before another wicket going down. What will the West Indies have to offer now? With Dawn there, is he going to rein in his instincts? How much trust does he have in the batting of Seeley? Well, I think we'll see that develop as the next few overs continue. And if Seeley doesn't get off to a good start here, will that impact on Dawn's batting and the way he goes about things here?
Yeah, I think his role becomes even more critical now, Joshua Dawn. He's getting off the mark nicely. Nathan Seeley. That'll make him feel a lot better. Always good to get that tuck off your back, if you like.
Yeah, it certainly does. So Satish, 2 wickets for 15 runs in his 3 overs so far. Good start for him. Sure, he's a bit of a basketball fan with that number 23 on his back. Well, that's driven straight into the gap, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Well, there were 2 fielders in that position. One at the extra cover position, one at a wide mid-off. There's also a long off in place. Boy, nobody could have caught up with that. That's an excellent shot. For Dawn, who's creeping up towards another 50.
Yes. Flighted delivery, just allowing it to spin and then accessing the offside brilliantly. Picking up a good boundary. He moves on to 44 from just 51 deliveries for Joshua Dawn.
Yeah, that's better from him. That's where he needs to be at the moment. And Dawn, 44-52 as you mentioned. Seeley, just the 1 run that he's had so far. Just using his feet, but can't pace the field and stays put here. Dawn played a lot of lovely shots in that 50 yards that he got in his last innings, but then towards the end just went for a big hit and was caught. It was the shot that he played, the first real shot in anger he played in that innings. I'm not sure exactly what part of the country that Satish is from. I suspect he might be from California. There's a fellow called LeBron James who uses that same number 23. I'm sure he's been to see the Lakers at some point. You may have heard of him.
Yeah. Why not?
He doesn't play for Inter Miami, by the way. There's another goat who's playing there. That brings us to the end of the 23rd over. And a bye called by umpire Lyndon Rajkumar to end off the over. So 23 overs gone and 116 for 5. And, of course, the great LeBron James bringing up 39,000 points last week in the NBA. He became the top scorer just last season and the first man ever to bring up 39,000 points in the NBA. That is a remarkable achievement in his 20th year in the league.
Wow. No words to describe that video. That's just amazing.
Yeah, he certainly is. And in his late 30s now, LeBron James, and yet you're seeing players like that continuing to function at a high level. Tom Brady winning the NFL championships in the age of 42. Phil Mickelson, 40-yard winning championships. Yet at home, players reach 31 and it's time to get rid of them.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo. Messi also in his mid to late 30s. Yet it just seems, the question could be asked, is it that the age affects players in different sports differently? That's the other side to it. If the skills start to diminish a bit faster in this game, I suspect not. So it's part of the debate going on all around the Caribbean, of course.
Yeah, like Zlatan Ibrahimovic, famous Swedish striker, as he would say, with age, you only get better. It's like fine wine.
They get the single. Well, that was just seemed to be little risk in that. Good work by the U.S. team, especially the backing up. That could have gone away, and they could have given away an extra run, but there was a nice diving stop just outside of your picture, well backed up. Parth Patel hasn't turned a lot of deliveries out here, but he's kept the runs down. Look at that, 27 runs conceded off 6.2 overs. Dawn just 5 away from a 50. Well, it seemed to play across the line of that one. And well taken by the keeper. Yeah, he did knock the... Yeah, he did try to go for the stumping chance.
Good steady work from Parth Patel. As you mentioned, not turning a lot, but he stuck to his guns. Pretty flat in his trajectory. Reminds me a bit of Washington Sundar from India. Just his approach to the crease. A non-bowling arm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's he just sort of ambles up, just a little walk. That one kept a little bit low, but Dawn kept that out of his stumps and gets the run. Well, of course, more than ever, you can watch your favorite players and learn from YouTube. Rashid Khan, of course, one of those who talked about learning to bowl leg spin from watching from YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Many sports you're hearing players, top players right now talking about that, learning the craft in the absence of having coaches or too many coaches around, learning from watching YouTube. As the over comes to an end here, 24 overs gone, 119 for 5. Even in tennis, the Greek tennis player Stefanos Tsitsipas, whose game anybody who's seen Roger Federer play will know that his game just seems to mirror that of the great Swiss player.
Mm-hmm.
He learned from watching Federer on YouTube.
Yeah. YouTube. A bit of a teacher these days. Not just for sports, for anything really.
Anything.
Yeah.
Well, can't figure out how to do this calculus thing? Well, check it on YouTube.
Yes, YouTube.
What is Fermat's last theorem? Check it on YouTube. I don't think you might be figuring it out though.
For the first time since the 8th over, the run rate going below 5 runs per over.
Yeah, it's been steady progress here for the USA to get back into this game, and they've been reaping the rewards. A couple of wickets, Dindial going at 86 and Andrew going at 110. Still a lot of work to be done here. Dawn is still out there. And he's not quite as free-flowing as he was earlier. He was just about a runner ball when he was batting with Dindial. Now, 46 of 61. Ooh, that one kept a little bit low. He did well to keep that out of his stumps. Yeah, this is more of what the statisticians refer to as regression to the mean. This is where he more scores around 75, 80. So that's starting to kick in now. But with Dindial, he just looks a different batter altogether.
Yeah.
Another run for him. And if Seeley can get going here, that might give him a little extra motivation to go along. But you see, that's the effect of Dindial. That's what he does. He brings great confidence to whoever's at the other end with him.
Yeah. Seems to know his game well for a young man, just 18 years old, Bhuvendra Dindial. And it showed on the other end with Dawn.
Ooh, that's another teasing one outside the off stump. Seeley feeling for it. And Satish every now and again just giving that a bit more air. Almost getting the edge. They will get the run this time. They could get a second run. Nobody's onto it just yet. That is very good running between these two young West Indian batsmen. That one barely got... They didn't, in fact, get out of the circle, and they were able to complete two. Good work between Seeley and Dawn. The scores moved on to 122 for 5 at the end of 25 overs.
Yeah, the halfway stage, 122 for 5. Remember, game reduced to 47 overs per team. So we've gone past the halfway stage due to a slightly delayed start. Started at 10:45 earlier. And just to give you an idea of the overs per bowler, 3 bowlers entitled to bowl 9 overs and 2 with their full allotment of 10 overs.
2, you say? Can bowl a full 2. Well, I think the USA would be lining up Subramanian and Satish as those 2 bowlers. They've been the 2 best bowlers so far. Satish 2 for 25 and 3 for 18 for Subramanian so far.
Yeah. Utkarsh Srivastava now coming into the attack from the northern end, replacing Parth Patel. Another off-break bowler.
And one of the top bowlers on the team for the USA under 19s. One they'll be looking for to do some damage for them at the under 19 World Cup. Yeah, that starts off with a good delivery. Testing Dawn already, 47 of his 63 deliveries. And, well, there seem to be 2 different heights in this USA team. You're either 6 feet or 5'3" around there. Just away from the fielder. That's a good bit of work. Good stop, but not far away. Dawn trying to cover that one, and that was in the air for a long time before getting to the fielder there.
Yeah, some spongy bounce that time from Srivastava.
And as well to make the stop, Subramanian was the man who was trying to get close to it, but was never really going to take that catch. Did well to make the stop, though. Yeah, so the USA have been good enough in the field here. A couple of stopped, one chance going between keeper and slip. Didn't cost them much. Pascal was out after that. There have been some good catches and good ground fielding. Another example of it there.
Yeah, they've been good in the field, the US. 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Deep extra cover, long off, long on. Deep mid-wicket. Yeah, both batters here converging. And Dawn wants a change of glove. So, pretty important stage of this game video.
Yeah, it certainly is. This one finds the gap again. This could go to the boundary. It has enough legs on it, but the fielders are catching up. And there is Subramanian to do so, and restricts them to 2.
Dawn inching closer to a half century. 49, 1 away.
It is the end of the over, signaled by umpire Kelman Kaulesa. And second generation umpire, his father Lalman Kaulesa, who passed away a couple years ago now, was a well-known cricket official and administrator. I believe he did umpire also. And so son following in his footsteps, as is Zahid Bassarat, whose father, Azim Bassarat, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board president and the vice president of Cricket West Indies. Is there something about umpiring? Well, the USA in battle here with the West Indies under 19s. 26 overs gone, 124 for 5. And the USA will be grouped in Group A in South Africa. This is in the 2024 World Cup. Now, I'm seeing here there is a source that is suggesting that the venues have been selected And there are 3 venues already in the frame. This one's nicely driven away. And matches should take place at Sunrise Eastern Cape, Joburg Super Kings, and PAL, Johannesburg PAL, and Gqeberha. Nicely stopped there by Ramesh. USA will be grouped with India, Ireland, and Bangladesh. Now that's going to be a big game. That game in particular between the USA and India.
Yeah.
Nice defensive shot again. And because of that, because as you've probably picked up from the names, a lot of them are born to parents who are from India, born in the USA, and coming up against the country of their parents' birth, some of them. That's going to be very interesting indeed. And USA's campaign, they play Ireland on the 15th of January. Then they face India on the 18th of January before their preliminary round ends on the 21st of January against Bangladesh. So pretty tough task there in those 3 matches for the USA. Bit short again here from Satish, but it's not going to go the distance. Just a couple of runs resulting, and Seeley picks up 2. Dawn is still on 49 though. Just in case you're interested, the West Indies in Group B, they'll be playing against South Africa first on the 14th of January. Boy, that's going to be a tough start to the tournament for the West Indies. Scotland on the 17th of January, and then they will face England on the 19th of January.
Pretty difficult group for the West Indies.
You get the second run. A couple of runs there more for Seeley. Similar position to the last one. Because the West Indies started the 2020 World Cup, which was in South Africa. 3 straight wins in that one. They'll be hoping to emulate that this time round. The World Cup to be held twice now in South Africa within the space of 4 years. 128 for 5 at the end of 27 overs.
Yeah, some of the participants in the TTCB camp, that is to the western side of the ground, indoor facility on the ground level, and above is some rooms where these players stay. Camp going on here on Saturdays. It's a live-in camp, I'm told.
Well, they do say real men wear pink, and that player wearing those pink socks of his in, well, just out of your picture now. Well, 28 for 5, 27 overs. Dawn on the cusp of his second 50 of the series here. It's been another very fine display from him. And did he get a touch into that? I think he did. And that should be his 50. Come up off 70 balls, 5 fours in there. That takes the edge. Oh, not far away. I think it may have taken the glove from Seeley and just dropping short of the keeper. Yeah, Seeley just, I think he took the impact on it, perhaps on the thumb. That's why he was just slamming the gloves against his thigh. Yeah, still feeling the effects of it in that right hand. Goes for the big shot. And has that gone all the way? One bounce into the boundary. The umpire is asking for confirmation. And Satish is out there and he says 6 runs. So Dawn, immediately after getting to his mark, well, Seeley, in fact, has hit that one away well. Nice slog sweep in front of square for 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot from Nathan Seeley, hitting with the turn and getting a good boundary. First 6 of the innings. Nathan Seeley looks accomplished with the bat. Goes up to 14. Does look a solid player.
And
Good
gets another
Lord.
one.
Yeah, good Lord, a player. And lending some good support here to Joshua Dawn, who's 50 from 70 deliveries.
So Dawn back on strike here now. And Shrivastava has started his spell here fairly well. And he's a very steady bowler. With his batting also, he's pretty good. And hopefully we will get a chance to see the USA bat. The rains have tended to come in the afternoon period. Thankfully, no sign of that here today. And Kadir's knees, he tells me, are in good shape. Not feeling anything at all. So the end of the over, at the end of 28, the West Indies under-19s are 136 for 5. And that'll bring us to the second water break of the day. So West Indies dominated by Dawn's 50 and 46 from Dindial, as the West Indies get to 136 for 5. Still, they have 19 overs to go in the innings. So welcome back to coverage. West Indies under-19s versus USA under-19s here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. West Indies won the toss and decided to bat first, as all of the teams in the competition have done so far. West Indies have gotten a breezy 46 from Bhavendra Dindyal, and so far Dawn is 50 off 72. A bit surprisingly, Dawn didn't celebrate the 50 at all. For some reason, when he got it just now, left us a little bit confused. And here we go at the restart here. 19 overs still to go. The game reduced to 47 overs aside. And the first innings due to end at 2:03 Eastern Caribbean time. And that's still an hour and 29 minutes away. Hit powerfully down to the long off region. There is a man there and makes the stop. Satish back in action here. And Seeley, who has come in and he's played quite well. Started a little bit slowly, but now going at just about a runner ball, just a little bit better actually. And he has provided good support here for Dawn. Kadir Mohammed beside me. Again lifted over. And that's going to find the ropes this time. And Dawn continues well. That's an area of the pitch, of the field, correction, that he has found a lot of runs. And another boundary going through that area. Now he celebrates the 50.
Yeah, belatedly this time. He's on to 54. And just like Bhavendra Dindyal did, he did one better and got it over the top of Ramesh at extra cover and all the way for 4. Into out. And maximum result for Joshua Dawn. 54 from 73. Yeah,
difference of about 4 feet in elevation actually. Dindyal got it just to about head height, which one that Ramesh took. This one maybe a couple feet above that. And able to clear the field and pick up the boundary. Well, that's where you would expect the right-handers to be attacking the leg spinner to try to force him through that area. It's well protected here by the USA for that sort of delivery. Just a flighted delivery outside the off-stump, spinning away. And we've seen the end of Dindyal attacking a delivery like that.
Yeah. 4 deep fielders again. Side the 30-yard circle. Deep extra cover. Long off, long on. And deep mid-wicket. Arya Satish not afraid to give it some air.
This time trying to force it onto the onside. Just 3 players on the onside. One at backward square leg, the other at long on, and a deep mid-wicket. So no one inside the circle, in front of the bat, on the leg side for the USA. That's why he's trying to get it in that area. Oh, and Ramesh goes through his right hand, slaps the ground in disgust at missing that one. I do feel he's carrying an injury. He's still down on the ground, just outside of your picture. 29 overs gone, and 143 for 5. The West Indies under-19 team looking for something in the region of 250 here.
Yeah. 29 overs. Vidya, and who you think would be the happy of the two teams so far?
Well, I don't think the West Indies would have to be complaining a lot about being at 143 for 5. However, I think the loss of those 5 wickets would be the problem. And there are different ways to look at it. From 18 for 3 to 143 for 5 represents a pretty handy recovery, so they'll be happy with that. I don't think they'll be too happy losing those wickets so quickly within the space of 1 over earlier.
Yeah. And when they've lost wickets, they've lost them in clusters.
Faster one there from Shrivastava, trying to sneak that through the defense of Seeley, who was quite equal to it.
Seeley does look a good low order player. Solid defense. Could play the big shot.
Yeah, it's just throwing away, trying to find the spaces in the field. Big gap between the backward point and the man at the extra cover region. Yeah, that's where he's trying to get those deliveries that are coming from Shrivastava. They are turning into him, so there's a fair amount of risk in playing that shot.
Yeah, just a hint of turn for Shrivastava. Again, more or less wicket to wicket from him. Not
Yeah,
much flighty deliveries.
Yeah, not a huge amount of spin for him here. Yeah, that one just straightening slightly. It's called a wide. Didn't straighten enough there for Urkash Shrivastava. Easy call there for Kelman Caldesa. Well, that one's taken the edge, and that's going to fly away down towards the ropes. It is going to stop inside the ropes, and the fielders will haul it in. That's Batra who's chased it down and sends it in. So a couple of runs there to the West Indies on the 19s.
Nathan Seeley goes up to 19, inching closer to 150, which, as you mentioned, Vidya, would be a very good recovery, as you mentioned. 18 for 3 at one point, and then 110 for 5. So these two already 36 they've added. Invaluable runs.
Yeah, so far. First 50 coming up off 59 balls, the second of 61 balls for the West Indies. And just about to be 60 at ball here, and they're still 4 runs short. Oh, that's careless there from the USA. And Batra allowing that one to run through his hands. They get a second run. Chance of a run out. Umpire Rajkumar says that is not out. So Seeley survives. They do get the couple of runs, but that was very, very close indeed. And I'm not sure whose decision it was to go for the second run, but that was always going to be chancy, given that the fielder was almost onto the ball.
Yeah, one thing I picked up there, Video, was that what's supposed to be the square leg umpire, you're standing on the offside. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar looked to be close. He was in the best view.
Yeah, he said it was. He said it. He thought about it and then said, "No, it's not out."
Well, Rishi Ramesh, captain of the USA under 19s, he's going to have a bowl.
Leg spinner.
Yeah.
And by trade, let's see if he can mimic the job, or at least approximate the job done by Satish, who with his leg spin picked up a couple of wickets. So first time we're seeing Ramesh in the competition. And as we mentioned, he looks a bit like Rachin Ravindra, especially with that hairstyle. And that's lifted. Could he have a wicket off his first ball? No, just short of the fielder. Almost did the trick there with his fellow leg spinner.
Yeah, luckily for Dawn, he didn't get a bit more on that. Landed just in front of a deep extra cover fielder. What a start that would have been for Ramesh. Again, healthy flight. Long off and long on in place, as well as deep extra cover and a deep mid wicket.
Very wide this time, and a good stop, but they get the single all the same. And Ramesh just trying to effect the run out. Was drawn away from the stumps. The fielder throwing from on the ground. Nice stop though. I think that was that Shrivastava who did it.
Yeah.
He made the stop and threw it in.
150 coming up for West Indies, 30.2 overs. Seeley going on nicely, 22 from 25. Dawn, 56 from 75. And Ramesh wants something here. In fact, he's getting a towel from keeper Aripali.
The third 50 for the West Indies coming up off 62 deliveries. As I mentioned, the first of 59, the second of 61. So fairly even scoring here for the West Indies all the way through this innings.
Yeah. Taking the edge again, and again, no slip. I think they're missing a trick with the leg spinners Video. It is a tendency, the ball spinning across the right-hander. You got to have a catching. Got to have a catcher in at slip.
And Dawn survives again.
Yeah.
Second time.
Again, a bit of spin from Ramesh.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, the analysts are looking at this very closely in this series and further afield. Seeing those two edge catches there to what would have been a regulation catches to first slip.
Yeah, I think they could take the man out from square leg and get him into slip. And that might be a bit a better option.
Well, in fact, I think you might see now in the last game of the series that the USA might be bringing on that leg spinner as soon as Dawn comes in, given from what they've seen so far. I'm sure that's going to be a change in the next game. Shrivastava does well again to make the stop. Not the easiest of fields to field on. It's a bit bumpy in some places, but he did well. Just kept his eyes on it all the way. Made the stop. 31 overs gone, 151 for 5. But so far it's been a good innings from Dawn. Couple of blemishes, those edges, but that's not his fault. There was no fielder there. And perhaps you could argue that if there had been the slip in place, he may not have played the shots that he did in fact play.
Catch 22.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But we've seen a lot of variations from the US. We've not seen a left-arm orthodox spinner just yet. I'm not sure if they produce one of that in their ranks. But we've seen off spinners, we've seen leg spinners, we've seen left-arm seam and right-arm seam. No left-arm orthodox just yet. Shrivastava is going to continue. Utkarsh Shrivastava.
Well, there are a couple of left-arm bowlers in the team. In fact, they've left out the left-arm orthodox player Kush Balala. First delivery straight to the fielder.
You're not playing this game. Played in the last game.
In fact, he's the only left-arm orthodox spinner in the USA team, and he's been left out of this one. He would have been useful against these right-handers.
Yep.
But definitely squad rotation in play.
One on offer for Dawn. Just three fielders on the onside, long off, deep mid-wicket, and a man up at mid-wicket.
Really fine day for cricket. Hot sunshine all the way through the day. Some puffy white clouds, but a lot of blue sky here at National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver.
Sunshine and blue skies. What a good combination.
Yes, it certainly has been. And quite a contrast to what we saw in some of the earlier days of the competition. The USA were due to play. The USA so far, their series has been interrupted. Their match against the under-23s and their other match against the West Indies under-19s were interrupted by rain. Straight to the fielder again. After today, the USA will play the West Indies under-19 team on the 27th of November. That's Monday, as I mentioned. And then on Wednesday, they also play the Trinidad and Tobago under-23 team, the young gentleman who you saw resting at the Sir Frank Worrell Centre earlier, pink socks and all. They will be tackling the USA on Wednesday here. Into the gap, and another run here for the impressive Seeley. End of the 32nd over, and the West Indies under-19s scoring rate continues to go down. Not as many boundaries as before. 32 overs, 153 for 5. Dawn up to 58. That was just going past the score that he got in the last game when he was dismissed. He went for 57. Caught off the off-spinner Mahabir Singh. We've seen him edge a couple of deliveries from the leg spinner here, and went dismissed by the off-spinner in the last game. Of course, the analysts are going to be probing all sorts of strategies against him and going through those with the coaches.
Yeah, most definitely. He's a man that you want to get out early, Joshua Dawn.
Ramesh getting behind that one nicely and making the stop. As you mentioned, he looks like he's a big fan of Rachin Ravindra, the New Zealand player who was so outstanding in that World Cup, born in Wellington, and his parents actually from Bangalore in India. There's not going to be a lot of flight like this on the field. Those deliveries have tended to disappear.
bit uppish from Sealy. Safe in the end. Yeah, he got the name Rachin because his dad equally likes Rachin, Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar. He combined the both names. That's how we got Rachin.
Yeah. Yeah, I always thought it was an unusual first name. Oh, he's lifted that one. There's a fielder coming in. He could take the catch. He's taken it. And that's the end of Dawn. Very similar to the way that he was dismissed in the last game and caught on the boundary. And it's Nayak who comes across to take the catch. Caught on the boundary for 57, and now he goes for 58 in this one. Very, very similar to the dismissal in the last game.
Yeah, a bit of flight again. And just maybe a bit slower through the air. Dawn threw the shot too early. And Nayak with a good safe catch in the end. So 154 for 6. Dawn goes for 58. Ramesh striking in his second over. His figures read 1.3 overs, 1 for 4. Good start from the captain.
Yeah, and I'm sure the analysts will be working in overdrive, seeing that his struggles against the leg spinner, edging a couple of them, and now holding out to the leg spinner at that long off position. Similar delivery, similar dismissal here again for Dawn. So that's something I'm sure the West Indies think tank will also be looking at, and how they can work with him to correct that. And again, perishing just after getting to his 50. So that's another thing that will be widely discussed among the coaches in the team. Joseph comes in to do battle here for the West Indies under-19 team. This is Devoni Joseph, 19-year-old out of Grenada, left-hand batsman and also wicket-keeper. Very much seen as the second wicket-keeper in the team to Jewel Andrew. Jewel Andrew, of course, will be, you would expect he would have the gloves in South Africa. Talented player, Devoni Joseph. Also saw a reference that he played football as a centre forward for Grenada on the 20s.
One of different talents, Devoni Joseph. Left-hander, of course. And pretty attacking player. I've seen him for the Windward Islands under 17s previously. Does like to play his shots. Still some time to go in this game. Still 15.3 overs. Partnership required 154 for 6. Sealy is accomplished. He's on 24 from 31. Joseph yet to get off the mark. Still 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Deep extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket.
Tries the first delivery nicely. And the USA may be wondering if left-handers were extinct in the West Indies. They haven't seen one for quite a while.
Yeah.
A lot of right-handers in this particular team. Off the pad this time, Ravindra very hopeful with his appeal there. This young man, of course, would be at a bit of a crossroads here, able to play cricket for the West Indies, football for Grenada. Always a big choice at this time of their careers. Which way do you go?
Yeah, I think is which one you're excelling. Good to have options.
We'll get his first run here. And Grenada has produced some fine players over the years. And Kasim Langjean, I think is his, if you pronounce the name correctly, hope I got that right. 33 overs, 155 for 6. Has the most appearances for Grenada, 72 in all. Their top scorer, Ricky Charles. I've seen Ricky Charles play. And certainly one of the top players. Grenada never qualifying for the World Cup. And a different partnership taking place across the highway. That's in the Presal area, just across. There's the teak trees. You always know when you get to Presal when you're driving up the highway. When you spot those teak trees, you know you're in the Presal area. Of course, there are different discussions how you pronounce the name of that well-known town here in Trinidad. I tend to say Presal, but I know that the residents say Presal instead. So whichever one you go with, that's fine. And from that little town, in case you've never been here in Trinidad, they've produced some fine players. Dinesh Ramdin, one of them. Ravi Rampal is another. If you go further back, Ranji Nanan from Presal area, and the left-arm spinner, Inchan Ali, also from that area. Nirmal Nalan does come to mind also.
Yeah.
I think, is it Mark Dial that lives there, the Knight Riders player? Does he live there? Or
No, Mark
Mark is from
Kuva.
from the Kuva area.
Mark
That's it.
side.
Oh, that's in the air and just away. Just short of the fielder. That could have been another one, and that could have been the end there of Joseph. Boy, he didn't. That one just jumped on him a little bit from Shrivastava. Playing a bit uppishly again, but getting one this time. Well, that one wasn't heading to Presal, but it was in the air.
Yeah, just short of man at point. And the left hand, right hand combination now, so field's got to change. Seen a lot of hand signals out there from Captain Ramesh.
Nice looking sweep shot here from Seeley. And he will pick up the battle here for the West Indies under-19 team. Gets a couple here. He's played that shot well. Had a slog sweep in front of square for 4. This one a more conventional one down the leg side for another couple. And he hasn't done badly at all. 26 off 32. Remember, this is an audition for these players to get into that West Indies team for the World Cup. He has done his chances no harm at all. Again, going for the sweep shot, this time aided by a misfield, and only gets one.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit later on with ball in hand, Nathan Seeley. But yeah, he's done well. He's done exactly what is required in this situation. 27 from 33. Still work to be done.
And Shrivastava getting some of these deliveries to lift a little bit with those top spinners of his. And the scores moved on to 159 for 6 at the end of 34 overs. Remember, 47 overs a side, and the games are reduced to 47 overs a side because of a rain delay. Play started at 10:45 a.m. Some wet spots on the field. Now, the first session is due to end at 2:03 p.m. Is that one of the under-23 players?
Kyle Ramdu.
Is that Kyle Ramdu? Yes. Wicket-keeper batter for the Trinidad and Tobago under-23 team. Perhaps catching up on responding to some important emails there during his rest period. Sure, his sponsors are sending through a new deal for him.
Ramesh to continue.
Yeah, he's just teasing the batsman with those deliveries outside the off stump, trying to get them. We've seen 2 batsmen perish already with that type of delivery. 58 for Dawn and 46 for Dindial before holding out.
Yeah, both falling to the leg spinners. Not afraid to flight at both leg spinners, Ramesh and Satish.
Yeah, it has been profitable for them. Yeah, too short this time. Leg spinner's occupational hazard. And just going to get one this time. Nice bit of fielding. Another nice knockdown there. Shrivastava, such an admirable player. He's good with the bat, very solid. Has bowled well and in the field. Moves, he doesn't look like he's moving fast, but he gets there every time and makes a stop. And a good pair of hands on him. And another good bit of work. You didn't see that, but that one dropped just in front of him. There he is. Made a stop easily. He's taken a few knocks too. That left thumb of his well protected.
Yeah, short guy. Low center of gravity. Mentioned good pair of hands.
Oh, that's beaten him. And a rather optimistic appeal there from Ramesh. Well, we haven't seen a lot of deliveries hit the pads here today or in any of the previous matches. That one just turning and hitting the pads, maybe going down leg side.
Yeah, I wonder if that one was the one that went the other way from Ramesh. Completely beat Joseph.
Oh, as he put that down, hit hard back to his left, went for the dive and has done something to his left knee here. All the same, it is the end of the 35th over and a drop chance at the end of it. Ooh, Ramesh, who has been in the wars, he's seen every inch of the turf here, limping away with the score at 160 for 5.
Yeah, chance. Devoni Joseph offering a difficult chance. Ramesh getting there, but just spilling that chance. Devoni lives to fight another day. He's on 2 from 10. 35 done, 160 for 6.
And without getting a lot of boundaries during that time, the West Indies actually got 38 runs during that period, going along at just about 7.2 and over. So good work for between, well, these batters. They did lose the 1 wicket, though, during that time. And some applause coming up from underneath us there in the stands as the West Indies team 161 for 6. It's going to run down to short third man for 1. Ramesh looks to have recovered. He's at the extra cover position. But in fact, he's still inspecting just outside of your pictures, still in looking at that left knee of his.
Yeah, he seems to be in some discomfort. Rishi Ramesh, they would want him fit. Of course, a key member of this team, captain, bats in the top order.
High up into the air, there's a fielder coming around. 2 fielders converge, one of them calls and he drops the catch. Off his hands, and that has gone for 4. I believe that's Nayak who's come across to it, and Nayak can't hold on. The chance was there. An opportunity for Srivastava to get his first wicket, and it was high up into the air, a lot of time. He settled under it and couldn't hold on.
Yeah, again going for the big shot, Nathan Seeley. Didn't get all of it, but rub salt into the wound. It trickled over the boundary for 4. Manav Nayak taking a catch at long on, and he seemed to have had a good pair of hands. Must be looking directly into the sun from there.
Well, Parth Patel was coming towards him, and I think he called him off. Patel just stopped, and then he never really settled under the ball. And Seeley continues here, but maybe he just didn't plant those feet. Maybe that left foot of his still in motion as he was trying to catch the ball, and that contributed in the ball getting past him.
Yeah, would have felt like he should hold on there, Manav Nayak. Nathan Seeley would take that chance.
Yeah, so City will hope to get to 50 now. Possibly feeling sometimes players look at it, well, my luck is in today.
Yeah.
End of the over. West Indies on the 19th looking for a score in the region of 250. Seemed to be on when Dindial and Dawn were going well. Both of them have been dismissed. Right now the score projected is in the region of 240. So a bit of a push here between Seeley and Joseph. Could see it get into that region. Of course, with the West Indies team due to be selected in possibly a week or so's time, or at least announced, that is. Valuable opportunities for these young players to force their way into the team. Several players from the Trinidad and Tobago under 23 team still have a chance to make it into that West Indies team, but they've been starved of chances because of the rain here in this time of the season. Good delivery again from Ramesh, spinning past the edge of the bat of Seeley.
pretty good leg spinner too, Rishi Ramesh. Ball seems to be coming out nice out of the hands. And that wicket would help. 1 for 6 into his 4th over. What a spell this has been.
Yeah, and it could have been even better for the US as well, Srivastava there getting across quickly. Something about it reminds me of a young Shivnarine Chandapal, the way Chandapal would just casually bounce around the field, just picking up everything in sight. Well, he's a bit shorter than Chandapal, a bit shorter, but just the way he moves around the field. A pull shot into the vacant mid-wicket position, and he gets one. And a slip at the end of the run prevents Joseph from getting the second run. Might have a look at those spikes after this ball. They seemed to slide as he got to the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Only Joseph 4 from 12.
Yeah, and I think the umpire is rightly telling him you should be running off the pitch rather than there. Srivastava again feeling he's been in that high traffic area in that extra cover position. Another good delivery here from Ramesh, and that beats the bat again. And after his 4 overs, look at his figures: 1 for 8. Ramesh has done himself a lot of justice here with the ball. 169 for 6 after 37 overs. 10 overs to go here for the West Indies.
Yeah, 10 overs to go. 4 wickets in hand for the West Indies under 19s. Projected score is 229. Video from here onwards. Going to put you on the spot. What do you think is a good score? What do you think they'd be looking at?
I was hoping for 250 for the West Indies here, but to get they're going along at 4.5 and over, so they'll have to get in the region of 5.5 for the rest of the innings here to really get into that position. So they're going to have to up the rate just a little bit.
Yeah.
No boundaries. The boundaries have just dried up, and you have to give great credit here to the USA and especially their leg spinners, Satish and their captain Ramesh for their bowling. Srivastava has also been brilliant at the other end. 6 overs for 28.
He is continuing Srivastava. Utkarsh.
Yeah, just going to be one this time.
Devoni Joseph not at his fluent best. 5 from 13. Soaked up deliveries prior to this run. And they just really need to cash in now in the back end of the innings at the death of the innings, if you like. Final 10 overs.
Yeah, Seeley's done well. He's done his chances no harm, making it into that West Indies team. And as he edged that, yes, he has, and it's dropped. Second attempt, third attempt, wrecked the stumps in the process, couldn't hold on.
Yeah, a bit of bite from Srivastava.
Well, I'm wondering if there was an edge, or maybe it was a stumping chance, more likely. But it did seem as though he was trying to take the ball, as the ball got out of his gloves, to catch it a second time.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the benefit of the snicko. But definitely there was a dismissal on offer there for the USA.
Yeah,
Faster
one or the
one
other.
there. Bit of anger in that ball from Srivastava.
One way or the other, they could have had their man. Not to be.
Bit slower this time. It's hung up in the air. Is there a catch on here? Oh, he's dropped it. Difficult chance for Srivastava. Got there and couldn't hold on. So a couple chances for Seeley in this over. Dropped in the last over. There was also a drop chance in the last over. So the Americans, a few stains on the copybook here for them.
Yeah, fell in no man's land. Srivastava had to turn and run backwards. Long on and long off, could not get to it. And in the end, difficult chance, putting in the dive, but could not hold on. Seeley moves on to 37, 172 for 6.
Well, he is riding his luck here, Seeley.
Yeah.
And 37 of 39 at the end of the day. That's what it's going to read in the newspapers tomorrow. In the old days, you'd look at the newspapers and you'd see the entire scorecard printed. Now you're just seeing a summarized scorecard. Inches space for cricket has declined over the years. I know that people would cut it out. They would cut out the scorecards and keep them in scrapbooks in the day. Now you can just go on Cricket West Indies and you can get them there. Yeah. End of the over, and that could have been a good over for the USA. A couple of chances not accepted, and the West Indies survive. 172 for 6. That could have been a pivotal late over here for the USA. And it looks like he has some company there. No, I think he's just still in the shade. The shirt has come off, though.
Reminiscence of that beach chair you spoke about earlier on.
I think he's looking for the beach chair right now. He's on the phone. He's asking for someone, please bring me that beach chair. Why not? The future of West Indies cricket here on display. The West Indies under-19 team. In a couple of weeks, he'll be watching those players on the television, playing in South Africa for the West Indies, hoping to bring back a second title for the West Indies and the first since that team, the graduating class of 2016.
Shimron Hetmeyer led West Indies under-19. Success in Bangladesh. Seems to be a long time now.
Yeah, it certainly does seem a long time ago, but a lot of those players have now moved on to play for the West Indies team at senior level. Another slog sweep here, and Ramesh is always going to appeal for that. Just I'll run through the list of those players from that team, and you can see how many of them have come true. This is Ramesh back to the top of his mark. Almost said Ravindra. He really does resemble him. I'm sure he's an admirer. As you mentioned, Shimron Hetmeyer would have been part of that team as the captain. 19 years of age he was. Well, that's slow, and he had to kick it away from the stumps. Almost getting back onto the stumps there. And Joseph showing off his centre-forward skills. Instead of kicking it at the target, kicking it away. More of a defensive clearance, you have to say. Hits it. Ooh, that's just past the leg stump. West Indies going through a bit of a difficult period here, negotiating the leg spin of Ramesh. That one, he gets a double, but that could have been disastrous for him.
2 runs in the dark for Devani Joseph. Didn't know much about that one. Ramesh giving it some air and a bit of spin as well. Devani Joseph, 7 from 16. He's really not found his fluent best.
Well, I think the only thing he's middled so far is the one that he kicked away from the stumps. But it's a bit of a battle there for him, so hopefully it'll come true. Ooh, and again, not quite getting the read on that one. Just to mention that West Indies under-19 team from 2016, Shimron Hetmeyer, get this, was listed as a right-arm leg break bowler in that particular series. I haven't seen him bowl. I don't think I've ever seen him bowl at all. Maybe in his earlier part of his career, now focusing more on his batting, which he has experienced tremendous success with, and one of the most valued T20 players in the world. It should be 1, and that's all they'll settle for here. Outside of Hetmeyer, Casey Carthy, West Indies ODI player. Shahid Crooks, another one. Michael Frew. Jed Gully, who has made it to the Trinidad and Tobago team. Tevin Imlak, currently in South Africa with the West Indies A team. Ryan John has played for the Windward Islands and captained his country in the recent Windward Islands 50-over competition. Alzari Joseph, West Indies player and now vice captain of the ODI team. More members of that under-19 team from 2016. Kirsten Kalachuran playing in the Tobago T10 at this time. Obed McCoy was also on that team as the over comes to an end here, 175 for 6. Kemo Paul, Gidron Pope, who is playing also in Tobago right now, scored a match-winning innings on his birthday yesterday. Belated happy birthday to him. Odin Smith was also on that team along with Shamar Springer, famous for his the chest roll, which unfortunately Kadir is trying to show us at the moment. Emmanuel Stewart and Shamar Holder as the other players. Actually, he did a pretty good impression of it, Kadir, I have to tell you. We won't air it, though.
You've been kind to me, video.
So a lot of those players coming in from that under 2016 team onto the West Indies team. A few have not made the transition now to their regional teams, but that tends to happen for different reasons.
Yeah, but a lot of them have graduated and represented the West Indies senior team.
It would be interesting to see how many, which team has produced the most graduates of that have gone on to play for West Indies at the different levels, ODI, Test, and T20. Of course, that would be a bit unfair to the 1988 team because Brian Lara was on that team, didn't play any T20 cricket at all. That happened after his career ended.
Utkarsh Srivastava to continue into his 8th over. 175 for 6 after 39 overs. So 8 overs to go.
That's played into the gap in another one. And as we mentioned, that 1988 team, that was the first Youth World Cup. West Indies playing in that. It was, just to show you how things were different back then, that World Cup was sponsored by a fast food outlet. That would never happen today. It would never happen today. That certainly won't happen today at all. That or having a cigarette brand host an event, that wouldn't happen again.
Yeah.
So Seeley now moving towards a 50. He would love to get a 50 here, and he's getting too close. So they could go for a third, and they're coming for it. That's good running between the two West Indian batsmen. And Seeley gets 3 more, so he's into the 40s now. Yeah, that West Indies team from 1988, some big names here in that team, and some other players who have made it at regional level, some who have not gone on. Brian Lara was captain. Jimmy Adams, who's currently in South Africa as an assistant coach, he was there. Hit nicely down the ground for 1. Kenneth Brown, Rajendra Dhanraj from leg spinner from Trinidad. Hemant Gangapasad, well-known Guyana player, was on that team. Roland Holder, now with Cricket West Indies. Ridley Jacobs, Nehemiah Perry, Robert Samuels, older brother of Marlon Samuels. Has he gotten that through? There's a big appeal. He's gone. And the edge has been found, and that's the end of Seeley. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to get his 50 today, but it has been a good innings here from Seeley. It's come to an end, and finally some reward from the little off-spinner out of the USA, Srivastava, taking his first wicket.
Yeah, reward for his consistency. That one just holding its line, and well taken by Aripali. And the end of Seeley for 40. West Indies under 19s, 180 for 6. Reward for his hard work, Utkarsh Srivastava.
And that brings us to the water break here. So the West Indies lose their 7th wicket in the process, and with still 7 overs and 3 balls to go, their hopes of getting to 250 might not be realized now. I think they'd be happier with 225 at the moment, as the last of their big scorers, Seeley, has his innings has come to an end here. So we'll take a short break ourselves with the West Indies, 180 for 7. Welcome back. 2 deliveries remaining here in the 40th over as the West Indies under-19s 180 for 7 lost a wicket of Seeley just before we went for that break, the third water break of the innings, and Srivastava will continue. The new man in for the West Indies is Rion Edwards. The team's playing with 13 players today, and I believe that only the top 11 will be batting. So there's an opportunity for some to bowl and some to bat only. Rion Edwards getting nicely behind that one, the Jamaican player, and driving it beautifully out to the cover region. So you might be seeing Edwards coming in at 9, which does not suggest that he is a number 9 because of that 13-man roster being used here today in this USA under-19 tour of Trinidad. Or is that out? Ooh, Srivastava was interested, hoping that one had pitched and straightened enough to take the LBW decision. Not so, says the umpire. And that is the 40th over in the books here for the West Indies under-19 team. 181 for 7 at the end of 40 overs.
So just 7 overs remaining in the innings. Just 3 wickets remaining for the West Indies under-19s. And there you see Joshua Dawn with a top score of 58. 46 to Dindial. 40 to Nathan Seeley. Now it's up to Devoni Joseph and company to get the West Indies under-19s to something above 200. And my calculations, as bad as it may be, tells me they're 19 away from that coveted 200.
I think you've gotten it right. I've checked my calculator, and your calculations are correct, sir. Off you go to the bridge of the Enterprise. So here's Ramesh to continue, and look at his figures. 11 runs conceded off his 5 overs and taken an important wicket. And he has been a live wire in the field. A couple of misfields for him, but he has really put his body on the line for the USA team and diving around. And Joseph is just pointing out that spot. He's saying that's where we should have. I think there was a little bit of a Edwards wasn't really happy with the single, and they got through. And I think he thought he would have ended up like this, being caught in a fence somewhere. Yeah, so Edwards wasn't interested in the single, but Joseph was just explaining the tactics there. Just punch it through that area. We picked up a lot of runs there. Full toss. And that's been punched through for a couple of runs here. They get 2. Could be close. Has he gotten there? Yes, he has. Umpire Kaulesa will redo the stumps, but I think if he hadn't been drawn away from the stumps, that could have been Aripali running out the batsman.
Yeah, tight too, if you ask me. Went straight to the deep fielder, and immediately they set off for 2 runs. All's well that ends well. Rion Edwards getting off the mark with a couple of runs. And take into consideration, Rishi Ramesh would not have came on until the 30th or the 31st over, where Dawn and Seeley were going along handily.
That's right. His first wicket came in the 33rd over.
So that has been a splendid job from the captain, leading by example, leading from the front. He's put his body on the line. He's led his charge as well. And now he's into the attack, already picked up a wicket. Trying to sweep from way outside the off stump, Rion Edwards. Going against the spin. Deep fielders, 2 on the onside, a deep forward square and a deep mid wicket. It's going to get 1 here. Edwards.
Yeah, so just before the break, we were talking about those teams from the past. And just to give you that 1988 team, Brian Lara, Jimmy Adams, Kenneth Brown, Rajendra Janraj, Hemant Gangapasad, Roland Holder I was also on that team along with Ridley Jacobs. Now they get the single this time. Nehemiah Perry, Robert Samuels, Trevor Samuels, Sam Skeet, Darwin Telemack, and Denison Thomas. They made up I see a few of those players, of course, went on to play for West Indies at Test and ODI level, and several of them would have played for their countries at regional level. 41 overs gone, 186 for 7. Actually, that 1988 World Cup, which was the Under-19 World Cup, the first one in history, also included an ICC Associates team. There were no U.S. players on that team, but there was a Canadian player by the name of Nicholas Hill, who was actually born in Barbados and went on to represent Canada at international level. Oh, there we are. There's it's not a beach chair, but it is a chair all the same. And he has some company.
Yeah, what a way to spend your Saturday afternoon, taking in the next generation of international cricketers.
See what a chair does, brings company.
And coming back into the attack.
Oh, ye of good cheer.
Tija Subramanian back into the attack. His 3 wickets coming in his first spell. 5 overs, 3 for 18. First sign of seam since the 19th over. He's coming to finish off things here for the US. Starts with a good delivery.
And they may have considered bringing him on somewhere in the middle overs, but given the success of the leg spinners, Ramesh and Satish, they decided, well, we'd go on with the leg spinners, and that has brought some rewards to the US. 186 for 7. Of course, their batters will start to turn their thinking a little bit towards how they're going to chase this down.
Slow delivery. So still 14 away, in fact 13 away from 200. Still 6.4 overs to come. Video, and I think a lot is gonna depend on Devoni Joseph, and if he could start finding the boundary with regularity. Ryan Edwards, he probably would play his shots like most low order players do. Relish the opportunity to get out there.
Yeah, certainly. And Edwards 3 of 5 deliveries so far. And at the back of their minds, they'll be thinking about the possibility of going to South Africa with the West Indies under-19 team. That team to be announced possibly just a week from now. So a lot still to play for these young men.
They got it away. Third man in place. Just one. Good from Ryan Edwards. Getting the more accomplished Joseph back on strike. Of course, the left-hand, right-hand combination could work in their favor too. And so the deep fielders are 3 on the offside, third man, deep extra cover, long off. There's a long on and a deep mid-wicket in place. 5 outside the circle. Joseph looking to pull, and he's gone. Given leg before, going right across the line, and Subramanian back into the attack and picks up another one. Joseph gone for 13, 188 for 8.
Yeah, I don't think there was any doubt about that one. It was spot on, wicket to wicket, and that was a bit too low a bit too full for him to pull at. Went for the shot. He knew immediately he was in trouble, and I think he regretted the shot immediately. Cannoned into the path just in front of the stumps, and he has to go. 188 for 7, and 8 correction. All 8s after the 1 here at the moment for the West Indies. And the USA will be thinking, here's a good chance for us to bowl out the West Indies and to put a real feather in their cap.
Yeah, definitely stand a good chance now of bowling the West Indies out before they allotted 47 overs. Renacio Smith. Oh, did I get the pronunciation right? Smith.
Renico
Smith.
Smith, yeah.
Renico Smith, new batter.
out of Barbados. Of course, when we think of Barbados and Smith, we think about Dwayne Smith, the outstanding right-hander who had, he was such a destructive batsman for Barbados. And, of course, the Barbados Tridents, part of that team that won the CPL title back in 2014.
Well, Renico Smith, he would be wanting to get some of those big shots from his namesake, Dwayne Smith. Some of that would work here now. Subramanian, 4 for 20 in 5.4 overs. What an outing this is for him.
3 wickets in 1 over and 4 wickets in 1 game. Yep.
On the cusp of 5. We'd fancy his chances here.
Well, he's just 18 or so, but he'll be telling his children about this in the future. I took 3 wickets in an over against the West Indies. Well, of course, that's quite a while away. The 19-year-old Atindra Subramaniam. But years to come, this will be a day that he will talk about for a long time. And rightly so. He's bowled very well. Those very tight deliveries contributing to that West Indies team losing 3 wickets very early on. From 17 without loss, they were 18 for 3 at the end of his over.
It's totally up down to the lower order here now to get the West Indies across 200. Successful over from Subramanian comes to an end. 42 done, 188 for 8.
188 for 8, and this USA team, the first to go to the World Cup since 2010. That USA team that went to the World Cup in 2010 included the outstanding wicket-keeper batsman Stephen Taylor, who, as you know, would have played for the Barbados Tridents in the CPL. Perhaps considered to be one of the best batters ever in the history of USA cricket. Stephen Taylor was on that 2010 team. And there was an interesting youngster by the name of Andy Mohammed who played for the USA in that 2010 World Cup. His name was actually Azruddin Mohammed, not Jason Mohammed's brother. Well, there is an Azruddin Mohammed in Trinidad, but Andy Mohammed played for the USA under-19s in that tournament. He's actually born not far from here in Couva in Trinidad.
Interesting.
But he was called Andy because his bowling seemed to resemble that of Andy Caddick, the English bowler who was famous at the time. So he got the name Andy Mohammed. But very interesting backstory to some of these American players from that time. Stephen Taylor, of course, from Hialeah in Florida.
Played away nicely by Edwards, thinking about 2, and they're going to get home in the end.
Yeah, Patel back on here. He's bowled well. Another one of those, after that period where Dindial and Dawn started to get going, it was Patel with his steady off-spinners at the northern end. He was the one who started to tie things up here for the USA.
Get another run here for Edwards. Wait on the signal from the umpire. Some bat involved. So no signal coming there.
And for those who are thinking about Stephen Taylor, if there was a bit of West Indian character in his batting, his parents were from Jamaica. That's why. Yeah. Born in Hialeah in Florida. None of the USA players on the trip are from Florida, by the way. Some members of the management team are from Florida, but none of these players are. Which is a bit surprising when you think that Florida is a real hotbed for cricket in the USA. It's also the location of the Broward County Stadium where the World Cup will be played next year. But I'm sure this will change over the years. We'll see more and more youth players come out of Florida.
Yeah. A lot of cricket activities happening in the US, the USL, the MLC, minor league cricket. A lot of players from Trinidad too traveling to the US to represent various teams.
Yeah, could go. Ooh, this could be close. Ooh, look at that. That's commitment shown by young Arjun Mahesh. Look at him. He's very upset, and that's because Now he was running towards the ball, threw his cap off, picked it up in one motion, and sent the ball flying in. Didn't get the run out. Boy, was he unhappy. I don't think I wanted to be standing around him after that.
Played away in the gap. Should get another couple here. And completes that double.
Well, it's good to see from the young USA players. They're really putting everything into this game as the 43rd over comes to an end. Well, 225 looks on the cards right now, though.
Just 4 overs to come. 24 legal deliveries. Just about a run a ball. Take them to that 225. The impressive Atindra Subramanian to continue.
Oh, he'd love to get a 5-wicket haul here. Opportunities for him to do so. 4 wickets, 3 in 1 over. And that'll be another line to add in his story.
Clipped away. Good work by Patel in the deep. Can't prevent the 2 though. Good work in the end.
Well, hopefully when Subramaniam tells that story, he'll say, well, I took 3 wickets against the West Indies team, and that team went on to restore the West Indies to glory at the Test, ODI and T20 level. That's the story we hope to hear in about 10 years' time or so.
Makes for good reading. You might be able to write a book after this. Coming off the inner half of the bat. And another one added to the total. So inching up to that 200 mark. 199 for 8. But yeah, it's been a thoroughly good effort from Atindra. Started off the bowling from that northern end. Picked up 3 in 1 over. And really turned the game on its head. Come back into the attack and removed another wicket. And steady stuff from him so far. 200 is up. 43.3 overs, 200 for 8. Four runs in the over so far. Needs to finish off well here. Haripali up to the stumps. Good take down the leg side. Good sharp work from Haripali.
Yeah, this 50 has come off 79 deliveries. It's been the slowest of the 50s so far for the West Indies. The first of 59, the second of 61, and the third of 62. Up to that point, it was even Steven. But credit here to the US picking up some wickets late here, and they've slowed down the progress for the West Indies.
Yeah, and Rishi Ramesh would be a huge part of that. That's the why that runway took a dive together with Srivastava.
Yeah, run rate took a dive and hit every branch on its way down.
Yeah. Big shot, play and a miss. Smith. Yeah, at one stage, we didn't thought West Indies would get to 200. They've done that. 1.18 for 3.
Some more interested spectators from the TNT under 23 team and some others there just watching on, enjoying the cricket. Possibly a parent or two there.
Again, going for the big shot. Doesn't make contact. It's going to be a leg by. So a good over from Subramanian. Just 5, in fact 6 coming from it. 44 done, 202 for 8.
Well, he still has possibly 2 more overs to bowl here, Subramanian. And I'm sure that he'll be bowling, he'd bowl at least 9 overs here. And yeah, he actually has one more over possibly to bowl. So that'll be him completing 8. And I think maybe a bit of a miscalculation here by the USA, because someone of his quality and what he's done today, you would have been hoping that he would be one to bowl out all of his 10 overs. Remember, we are going up to 47 overs as a result of the delayed start. The start of the match actually was an hour and 15 minutes delayed because of a wet outfield earlier today. Since then, it's been blue skies and the clouds have kept far away from us, almost as though they've been banned from passing over the Balmain-Cooper area. I assume that Kadir has something to do with that.
Yeah, my knee's fine today, so tells me that the weather is good. Brilliant sunshine at the National Cricket Centre. Here's Aryan Garg.
And we haven't seen him since his opening burst, 4 overs on the trot earlier today. So since the 7th over, we haven't seen him bowl yet. He's been on the field. He's been running around, a couple of good bits of fielding. But here he is back once again. 30 odd overs afterwards.
Lovely approach to the crease, Aryan Garg. And it's going to be difficult, the angle for these lower order players. Rion Edwards, 12 from 13. Smith, 5 from 9.
Yes, not the tallest of players, Garg, but bustles in, and as you mentioned, that lovely approach, nice and flowing to the crease. Of course, as he gets a bit taller, he still has some years to grow. Gets a bit taller and puts on a bit more muscle. He's going to up that pace a bit.
Quick single here. Safe in the end. Srivastava knows that. I remember one former in West India under 19 captain Priyam Garg also played IPL cricket. Namesake Aryan Garg. I wonder if there may be any relations there.
I'm not sure. Would be an interesting one to check out.
Another big shot from Smith. Doesn't make contact. A bit of pace taken off there from Garg. Good smarts. What is required here in the back end of the innings? 3 facets of the game. 3 phases of the game.
Well, in this phase, you'd expect some big shots to be played, but so far unsuccessfully by the West Indies team. How they'd love to get that to that 225 at least.
And showing his good Yorker skills here. Well executed Yorker. Getting the bat down in time was Smith. Tell you what, it was a good delivery. Excellent from Garg.
Well, his namesake, Priyam, India on the 23, India on the 19. He's made it up to India C team so far, and has played for the Sunrisers, Hyderabad and Delhi Capitals. And 400s in his first class career, 25 games.
Another slow delivery.
Yeah, well, that Priyam Garg actually averaging 51 in first class cricket, 40 in this day cricket, and hasn't gotten the India call-up just yet, but you suspect that you have to score more runs, a huge volume of runs. And you have guys like Shubman Gill he was averaging way up in the 60s, 70s before he got his India call-up to really make that team. 45 overs gone, 206 for 8.
Just 2 overs remaining here. 12 legal deliveries, 206 for 8. West Indies looking to get to 220, I would think. Just 2 wickets in hand. And the penultimate over is going to be bowled by none other than Atinja Subramanian.
Yeah, I think the USA would have wanted to have him bowl out his 10 overs that he was allowed to. And the leg spinners also. That hasn't happened. A bit of a miscalculation.
Here is another slow delivery. And Edwards does the smart thing. If the boundaries aren't coming, well, take the singles.
Yeah, good cerebral stuff here from the two sides. One, the slower delivery just to mix up the pace from the bowler, Subramanian, and also from Edwards to realize what was happening and just pick up the single. Good cricket all round.
I must say, Vidya, the weather has been very, very kind to us. The reason you're hearing some wood knocking behind.
Yeah, we're hoping it stays that way because it's around this time during the last couple of days we got the showers coming. So we're hoping we're knocking on any bits of wood that we can find around us here to make sure that doesn't happen. These days it's the only things around us have made in China stamped on it. So can they get to the 225 mark? These certainly would want to. In the last 5 over block, West Indies went along at 5 and over, which was a bit of an improvement. As you can see, the current run rate just over 4.5 and over. So they would certainly want to put their collective feet on the accelerator here, Edwards and Smith.
Yeah, good straight hit. Protection back there. Coming back for 2. It's going to be tight. And the tree is a bit wayward and allows for the extra run.
Yeah, better throw. That could have been 9 wickets down, but the fielder was more concerned about getting the ball in quickly and rather than accuracy, and they were able to get the single. So a couple deliveries here for Subramanian, and he'll be just trying to get everything together here. He would love to go home at the end of this tour with a 5-wicket haul under his belt.
So last 2 deliveries to try. Goes past the edge.
Almost had it there.
Yeah, almost.
There's a stumping attempt also by Aripali, who is up to the stumps here. And I tell you, it's not a bad shout for the keeper to be up to the stumps with a bowler like Subramanian, who has been very good throughout the day. He's been very consistent with his bowling. That's the type of bowler keepers would love to come up to the stumps to.
Yeah. It's difficult too with the invariable bounce for keepers, but he's done well, Aripali. Couple of takes down the leg side as well. And there you go.
Ooh, well, that was pretty good. Very good bit of keeping there from Aripali, and also has great confidence in his own abilities. That could have easily gone away, but it's very smart footwork by Aripali, and took that one very well. And that's a wide, so that will have to be reballed.
Excellent glove work from Aripali, Amog Aripali.
And another wide, so just as we praised his consistency, he's turned out with 1 wide outside the off stump and 1 wide down the leg side. That's why you never praise players when you're sitting behind a microphone.
Yeah, commentator's curse is real. 1 legal delivery to finish off here for Subramanian. Can he pick up a wicket? Can he get to 5-er? And again down the leg side, another wide. Handy runs here for the West Indies.
Yeah, perhaps just tiring a little bit. Maybe just trying too hard. I would suspect it's more that. Just trying to, he knows it's the last ball he's going to bowl. He's not going to bowl the last over, obviously. So he's just trying very hard here just to get that 5-wicket haul.
Yeah.
And wisely so, the vice-captain's heading across to him and just having a little talk with him. Just asking, just perhaps giving him some words of advice. And I imagine calm down might be one bit that was passed across.
And there is it. Atinja Subramaniam right through Rion Edwards. And he does it after all. He gets a 5-er. What a good performance from Subramaniam. 5 for 32 and 8 overs. 213 for 9. Rion Edwards gone for 15.
Look at what it means to the USA team. They are congratulating their young bowler. Last ball of his spell gets the 5-wicket haul. 3 wickets in the over. 5 wickets against the West Indies team. Boy, does he have some stories to tell in years to come. Here's how it's happened. Just played all around it. And after 3 deliveries where the radar was all over the place, got it right off the last delivery and has reaped the rewards. Very good performance here from Subramanian, and that will give him huge confidence going into the World Cup. Well, of course, I would imagine that he has sealed his place on that team with that performance.
Yeah, Tinja Subramanian, excellent performance, 5 for 32. Something that if you told him that this morning before he left to come here, he would have said, I would have taken that twice today. He's done so.
And 3 times tomorrow as it's Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good performance from him. Very consistent all the way through, up to that last bit of bowling, the 3 wides. But you would feel that it was all about nerves and trying to just marshal every ounce of his body to get that 5-wicket haul. And good for him that he got it.
Aryan Garg with the final over. Down the track. Smith. Protection there. Coming back for 2. Mutara.
Ooh.
And could have been close. Garg just allowing it to go through. More importantly, 2 runs completed for the West Indies. 215 for 9. Still 5 legal deliveries to go. Zishan Mutara. New batter.
Well, the fielder almost cleaned up Satish also, who was diving away from watching that ball going past him.
Another well-executed Yorker. Should just be 1. Mutara wants 2. And good feeling in the end from Nayak.
Well, I think the West Indies will be very disappointed not to get to the 250 there. It was really much, it was on the cards. The projected score was in the region of 260 at one point. Now it looks like they'd struggle to get to 225. So a bit of disappointment there will be for the West Indies team here. But let's see what happens over these next 4 deliveries. Certainly, Motara is going to go for it here.
A bit of a misfield from Nayak allows for the extra run. But that was a good shot from Zishan Mutara.
Yeah,
Out of Barbados, of course.
Yeah, tall player. And has got that bat solidly behind it to pick up 2. So he's off the mark. 3 more deliveries.
Full toss, gone straight through Aripali and gone away for 4. So buys it is. And not what the US would have wanted. It was a good delivery.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to bowl something out to the back of the arm there, and it just went away from him. Just going for the variation, and that one just flew past everyone. I don't think Aripali will be too happy with his effort there in attempting to stop that one. But definitely now, the 225 on the cards.
Nelson, 2-2-2 for 9.
Well, the double Nelson hasn't proven to be unlucky for anyone. Motara getting off the mark.
Yeah. Just an update on the test match, the unofficial test match. Imogen Ireland 183 for 5 against the West Indies Academy. Murray Cummins make 93. What a good finish that is from Garg. Just going to be a single. Well executed Yorker. So at the end of 47, the West Indies under 19s winning the toss and choosing to bat first have gotten to 224. Your thoughts, video, on the way things unfolded in that first innings?
It could still prove to be a winning total here for the West Indies if they bowl well, but the disappointment for them building up to this World Cup that they didn't get over 250, given that Dawn and Dindia looked in absolute control during that period. They'll look back at those 3 wickets falling within the space of 1 over. This is not the this is not the greatest of attacks here provided by the USA. No disrespect to the opponent. You'd expect the West Indies to win this game, but I don't think that they will be entirely happy with 224. They would have hoped to get 250 and above on this pitch, but it could still be well enough here to win this game once they can get the ball in the right areas.
Well, it's a solid effort from the US. They're going to require 225 from their 47 overs, and we're going to come back with the runches on the other side.
Hello there and welcome back to coverage of USA Under-19 taking on West Indies Under-19 here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, part of the USA Tour of Trinidad. I'm Vidya Rampal alongside Kadir Mohammed for the run chase as the USA will attempt to chase down 225 for victory. West Indies 224 for 9, 56 from Joshua Dawn, and there was 46 from Movendra Dindial, 5 wickets for 31 from Atindra Subramanian for the USA. Here's the first ball of the West Indies innings, and it's Edwards to get us going. Edwards left-arm pacer, and he is from Jamaica, and the 18-year-old, and starting off outside the off-stump. Good time to say hello to Kadir Mohammed. And Kadir, can the USA chase this down?
Good afternoon again, viewers. Good afternoon, Vidya. Yeah, definitely power play is going to be crucial for both of these teams. USA would want to get to that first 8 overs with not much down.
Good delivery there from Edwards, just attacking, asking the batsman Suri to play at that one. Suri into the side today, Aryaman Suri, the left-hander, and the right-handed Kappa at the other end.
Yeah, and for the West Indies, they would want to get early breakthroughs here to really go on to get a good result in this game. Rion Edwards with a good start just outside the off stump. Devonny Joseph with gloves in hand, 2 slips, a third man, a backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on.
Another good teasing one outside the off stump there. Just about that line that Suri might be thinking about playing at, but showing good judgment so far here.
Yeah, drawn into play, back of a length. Bit of movement away, bit of shape from Rion Edwards. Good lively plays too. And they are the academy boys having a session with head coach. That's
head coach of the team, Debbie Dean Manick.
Debbie Dean Manick, yeah.
And he was the man who was looking very animated there. Wide call this time. David Dean Manick working with the under-23 team, and one of the the Trinidad and Tobago under-23 team players. They, of course, went into camp, and there were, a couple of months, 12 weeks they were involved in this camp, working with one of the young keepers, I believe.
Well, this is actually the academy team. They're mixed.
Oh, the academy team,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah. This is Luke Ali.
Luke Ali, in fact, yeah, that's the youngster.
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago under-17s for the last 2 years. Cuts that one away from Gully, and that's going to go down to third man. Just the one remaining, one to get, and the USA are underway here in their chase of 225.
Rion Edwards sort of pushing Suri back, and that one just scooting off the outer portion of the bat. And in the gap, and he gets off and running, Aryaman Suri. 2 without loss. Right-handed Siddharth Kappa about to take strike. Still 2 slips. Third man, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on. A square leg and a fine leg.
So Suri and Kappa almost sounding like the first 2 letters of a Greek fraternity that you see in those American movies. But I assure you they're not. 2 young men of Indian origin. Parents are from India, from what I'm told, largely in this USA squad. Rion Edwards, West Indian, and looking for a wicket here early. Won't get it that time. So far, so good here for Edwards. Still building up on his pace, though.
Yeah, so far, so good. Offers a left-arm angle. That's always good to see. I always get out of my seat when I see left-arm pacers. You know, it's so I don't want to say jealous, but once they turn their arm over, they're gonna get swing, and evident to see so far from Rion Edwards. Still working and still getting into his work.
Yeah, that one hurried on to him. A little bit more effort into that one from Edwards, and working up some nice pace here already. And that'll bring an end to the first over. And an effort ball at the end of that over from Edwards. 3 without loss, the USA in search of 225. And the There's the half century for Dawn and 5 wickets for Subramanian. Oh, he'd love to get some runs in this game also. Complete, will be the perfect story for him today.
It's a brilliant bowling effort from Atinja Subramanian. 5 for 32. Must be his first 5 at this level, and how that would give him joy.
Had a huge amount of confidence going into the World Cup. You think that a 5-wicket haul would certainly cement his spot there. And Nico Smith about to start off the attack from the southern end. And Smith, is that Smith? No, that is in fact James. Smith was looking as though he wanted to run in, but that is in fact Deshaun James, another one of the Jamaicans to join the team. 17-year-old James, and not the tallest of opening bowlers here, but he does have a really, really quick run-up. I get the feeling that he's had some sprinting. Just looking at the way he ran in, I think he's done some sprinting in his career.
So a couple of Jamaicans to get us going here. James from the southern end.
Yep, definitely some sprinting in there somewhere, as of course it is above perhaps football and cricket, the sport that people most associate with the Jamaicans given the success of Jamaican sprinters, women and men, in the Olympic Games. Even from the first Olympic Games that they would have participated in, 1948, Jamaican sprinters have done so many wonderful things, winning gold medals from the get-go in their competition at the Olympic level.
It is so good at that, even from yesteryear. Another Jamaican in action in the EPL, Ethan Pinnock.
Yeah,
Brentford,
outside the
course.
stump.
In the early goings here, Deshaun James just reminds me a bit of Makino Minley, another Jamaican.
Yes, he does.
Short in stature.
Yeah, a little bit shorter, yeah.
Similar approach to the crease and similar action as well.
Just to remind you, in 1948, Arthur Wint, gold medal in the 400 meters, silver medals for Wint in the 800, and Herb McKinley in the 400 back in 1948. That's a no ball. There may have been an edge also because the bowler was celebrating, the keeper was celebrating, but all been pulled short by the arm of the umpire, Lyndon Rajkumar, who signaled it is going to be a free hit. Yep. A head-scratching, head-holding moment there for Deshaun James.
Yeah, full delivery. Just seemed to have feathered one through. But it's going to be a free hit for Arya Mansouri. A chance to break the shackles, so to speak. 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Third man and fine leg. 2 slips in place also.
Well, the free hit has been hit square of the wicket. Just going to be 1. So a little damage done. A couple of runs for the USA. 1 off the bat, 1 for the no ball. And Surrey's asking for a new bat. I think there's, well, in fact, he's been told to get a change immediately. So I think a crack of a piece of the bat has fallen off.
Yeah, just made
it's been split, yeah.
Different sound. Yeah, not that cracking sound that we accustomed to. Just maybe coming off the toe of the bat, doing some damage. And he wants a replacement.
Well, I think there was a cracking sound, but not the one you associate with a sweetly timed shot. More of a splintering rather than a cracking sound.
Yeah.
And the substitute fielder, Amog Arepali, running on. Didn't even have time to put the substitute's vest over his body, so he hung it around his neck.
The Michael commentator is rolling all over the ground.
Yeah. Well, but you're supposed to run on with it with the substitute's vest on, not around your neck. I don't think that was the correct way.
He's not even a substitute, so maybe that's why he doesn't have his bib on.
He was in 2 minds.
You just told you get out there. Probably was closest to the bat.
Yeah, he said it was. So Kappa on 2 of 3 deliveries, Surrey 2 of 7. And James looking distinctly a bit quicker than Edwards at the other end.
Yeah, bit of change to the field. It's no longer 2 slips, it's 1 slip, or wideish first slip, and a gully.
Very good delivery again. Just homing in on that off stump, forcing Kappa into a couple of defensive shots. A lot of clapping going on there on the West Indies under-19 team. They're pretty pleased with what they've seen from their bowler, and there may have been an edge on one of those deliveries earlier, and was a no ball, so it will be chalked off. So the opening batter, Surrey, is happy with the new bat that he has in his hands. Nicely forward to that one again. So 2 overs in the books here for the West Indies under-19 team. They're looking motivated out there at 6 without loss. They're defending 224 for 9 that they got earlier today. Fired up by Dawn and Dindial, and of course a nice innings by Seeley also, who we expect to see with the ball. Dawn will also play a big part in this West Indies bowling attack.
Yeah, left arm, right arm opening combination for the West Indies under-19s.
Well, more spectators out there filling up the bleacher area. A few of the groundsmen and a couple of parents, a few interested parties coming out to watch the future of West Indies cricket. In a couple of years, we'll be paying money to watch these youngsters play.
Yeah.
And a lot of money, too, if they go on to do the things that fans hope of them. Good delivery to start off. Just to update you on what's happening with the game taking place. The West Indies Academy versus Ireland Academy. That's the first 4-day match at Coolidge right now. And emerging Ireland, 192 for 8 on 57 overs. That's the score in that 4-day match. 59 for Cade Carmichael, 93 for Murray Cummings. Since then, a lot of wickets have fallen cheaply. And Naeem Young, no surprise, he's among the wickets. Well, that kept low and just past the off stump. Didn't know too much about that there, Surrey.
Yeah, again a bit of indifferent bounce on that southern side. So, Surrey doing some gardening to the pitch.
I mean, gardening really doesn't do anything more than psychological comfort for the batsman.
Yeah.
That's really all it does. This gives you a chance to rethink. Goes for the big cut shot, doesn't get a touch. As you mentioned, Naeem Young, 3 wickets for him, 3 for 56, 2 for 22 for Isaac Torn, and 3 wickets also for Johan Lane. The Pacers doing the job. 8 of the wickets to fall so far have gone to the Pacers, all 8 wickets I should say. And Naeem Young again, what an impressive player he is.
Yeah, definitely one for the future, Naeem Young. And he's led his team admirably, even in the recently concluded Super 50 Cup. He was inspirational for his team.
He hasn't gotten that through. That's a good bit of fielding. A nice diving stop there with the left hand, and that is Jewel Andrew, not with the gloves in today, showing his prowess in the outfield also. 16-year-old diving to make the stop. And look at that, the team spirit just outside of your picture, Andrews. 2 players had run over to him to help pick him up and to congratulate him on a great bit of fielding.
Yeah. Good stuff from the West Indies boys, supporting each other in the field.
That one may have come off the pad, just going to get 1. So Joseph getting the chance to with the keeping gloves today, and Jewel Andrew out on the field Two young keepers, another couple of keepers competing for places in the West Indies team. And right now another keeper leading his team to, West Indies keeper that is, leading his team to a victory yesterday. Trinidad and Tobago's Joshua De Silva and his team. Congratulations to the West Indies A team. A very, very good victory over South Africa A.
Yeah, good victory down in South Africa. Give them a lot of confidence. Speaking about keepers, good delivery from Edwards. Speaking about keepers, Shane Dorridge making a recall, getting a recall to the West Indies ODI team for that series against England.
As the over comes to an end here, it's after 3 overs 7 without loss. Dorridge getting 100 against the Windward Islands at St. Augustine. You respect ground there. And unbeaten 100. A wonderful innings. I was there to see it, and really that, and he played some really wonderful innings for the CCC in that tournament. Well, there's the American flag on the right, and a couple of the shirts drying off there for the U.S. Who needs dryers when you have the sunshine here in the Caribbean?
It's natural form. Deshaun James is going to continue. Arya Mansouri, 2 from 12. See the start from these two.
Nice looking on drive. We'll get at least a couple here. If that doesn't run away, well, he just pulls it in. And he really had to put in the full effort there, Stephen Wedderburn, to pull that one in. And they do get a couple of runs here, the U.S. Nice solid shot.
Yeah, good shot from Suri. Clipping it away. Vacant onside. But you feel here that a lot depends on these two. Arya Mansouri and Siddharth Kapur, as I mentioned, to get to the end of that power play with as minimal wickets as possible.
They won't get the single this time. Straight to backward point. The USA coming into this game without Ryan Bagani, who scored 61 in the previous game where the USA batted, which was a bit of a surprise. I'm not sure if he has, I don't think he's carrying any injuries, because that foot volleyball game that they were playing earlier, he's there, but he's resting as comfortably as this right now, Ryan Bagani. That's not him, by the way. Just in case. I just wanted to clarify.
Ken goes past the edge, James. Fuller delivery this time. And a hint of movement away from Suri.
Well, we saw those uniforms on the ground. Well, yesterday, the West Indies, Cricket West Indies announced the West Indies team would have a new jersey sponsor, a new kit sponsor. That's the Italian kit sponsor Macron. Not to be confused with Emmanuel Macron, the French president. No relation there. So it's a new technical partnership and a kit sponsorship deal signed and, well, at least announced by Cricket West Indies and Macron yesterday. Nice shot. Just gets it through the fielder, but they won't get the single. Chance at a run out. But he's able to get back in there, Suri.
Yeah, Jewel Andrew just palming it away. And all's well that ends well for Suri. That would have been unfortunate for him.
Yeah, just pushed it around the post, really.
Yeah. Backed
up well by his teammate, Renico Smith, who was at the mid-on position as it was then. And that shirt sponsor, it will cover West Indies teams, West Indies men's, women's, the A team, the academy teams, and the age group teams will all wear that new T-shirt. That's played very well. This one's racing across the turf. However, it's not going to get to the ropes. And another big chase there for Wedderburn, who pulls that one in.
Yeah, workout for Stephen Wedderburn. A couple of chases to the boundary. Of course, him being Jamaican, he has that sprinting prowess about him. But two good shots from Arya Mansouri. Just drifting onto the pads, James.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good series with the bat so far for Wedderburn. Went a couple deliveries into his innings today to Subramanian, and also went cheaply in the previous game that the West Indies team played. He went for 7. Oh, that's hit well. This could go all the way. Wow, that has traveled a long way. Lovely pickup shot there by Suri. First 6 of the USA innings. And that one really went about 10 meters over the boundary.
Again, drifting onto the pads. And a good pickup shot. Going all the way for 6. So a good over in the end for the US. 10 coming from it at the end of 4. It's 17 without loss.
All 3 shots going in the same place. The first 2 pushed in that region, and then the third one, well, he hit that very well for 6 runs. So it's just straying down. I think it's the adjustment to the left-hander more than anything is worrying the bowler. That's Smith? Smith.
James.
Yeah. James, correction.
Yeah. So just the 1 slip now. 1 slip for Rayon Edwards. 1 slip. A backward point. A third man. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on. A short mid wicket. A square leg and a fine leg.
Yeah, James was actually out for the last game, in for this one. Oh, just feeling for that outside the off stump there, Kappa. And as you mentioned, the second slip has disappeared and gone to a backward point position. There's a short extra cover in place, and Daniel Prentice, one of the top photographers around, doing his work. And just to let you know, it's all about photography at the back of his shirt there. And those chairs are actually quite good. That's the kind of chair you want if you have to. It's actually it's not very expensive, just about 10 US. It's pretty good.
It's handy, isn't it?
Takes my weight, so I tell you, you could use it quite easily.
Yeah, it works well in this situation.
One of the substitutes, that might be Bagani.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan Bagani.
Yeah, he's out of the field today. Has the spikes on, just about to run on with some water. Yeah, he's not injured, but this part of the squad rotation policy of the U.S. Turns this down the leg side. They go for the single. Ooh, he got there in time. Kappa just seemed to be ambling at the end, but luckily for him, that throw didn't hit the stumps. Could have been close.
Yeah, just seemed to, Wedderburn it was at square leg, just seemed to be on his heels a bit. Indian, a safe single. Again, the video weather is very good. Hot sun, it's humid.
And there's even some dust blowing across the field. Always a sign that it's very, very dry.
Rayon Edwards operating nicely here. Not pitching up too much back of a length. And still getting a bit of lateral movement. Into his third over. Just conceding 4 so far.
Well, it's difficult to get a firm footing here, not just on the field. Yeah, that's why, because it's all over the place in terms of the bounce at times. That one kept very low. But after a while, feet and hands become accustomed to the task, and feet and wings.
Bird's eye view.
Yeah, certainly it is. Right over the top of the side screen. Not a bad place to watch the cricket from. It's a good single. Let's push it into the gap to the left off the backward point and got the single. So the end of the over. That's 5 overs now gone here. The USA 18 without loss. The West Indies was 17 without loss at the end of the 5th over. The problem was in the next over, 3 wickets fell.
Yeah. Yeah, Subramanian picking up 3 in an over. So, Deshaun James, see if he could replicate something of that sort.
West Indies would love it if he could do that, James. Wearing number 19 on his back, a number that former Manchester United player Dwight York, who's from Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago here, he's would have played in that number at secondary schools level. Number he favoured a lot when playing for Trinidad and Tobago, especially at the end of his career.
Yeah, made that number 19 famous.
Oh, he played a big drive at that one, Suri. Didn't get the edge, though. So no wicket so far for the West Indies team. And the wicketkeeper now up to the stumps here, sensing that Suri was... I wonder if he's going to stay there or he's just going to make a few comments towards his fielders loud enough for the batsman to hear. Just making sure that he hears what he's saying.
Yeah, keeper's always tasked with getting in the air of the batters. Devoni Joseph doing no other.
Oh, that's well played and well stopped there. Jewel Andrew diving across with the left hand this time, making the stop. And even without the keeping gloves, he's pretty good in the field.
Tell you what, keepers, when they get the chance to field in the outfield, they do relish that opportunity. And they are, as we could see, Joel Andrew diving all over, making some pretty good stops. Handy in the outfield.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dujon, the former West Indies player, actually started in the outfield, played as a batsman before taking the keeping gloves. Big swish of that one missing. Yeah, in fact, on commentary, he was joking with Fazir Mohammed that he was magic in the covers during those couple of games.
Yeah, they're really good fielders. We think of Nicholas Puran in the outfield.
Oh,
safe
yeah.
pair of hands.
More than safe. Remember that jaw-dropping stop that he made in the IPL a couple of years ago, where he was actually, was he parallel to the ground at one point, saving a ball from going for 6. In the air and just away from the fielder. They will get a couple of runs, not far away from the opening wicket here, the West Indies. Backward point was diving to his left, just dropped in front of him. Good effort, though.
Yeah, bit uppish. And away from Pascal it was. Stephen Pascal at backward point.
Well, was it a sense that the conversation going around behind him had the effect on Suri? And there was some more talk coming from behind the stumps. Ramesh padded up to bat next. He's edged and past second slip. Down to third man for 1. Ramesh doing some warm-ups at the moment, having one of his teammates outside of your picture, of course, throw some balls at him. I don't think that's a commentary on what he's seeing going on out there. He just wants a bit of a warm-up before he goes out.
He just want to feel bat on ball. Ball on bat. Key member of this team, Rishi Ramesh, stated to come in at number 4. But so far so good from the opening pair of Siddharth Kappa and Aryaman Suri.
Well, 10 runs in the last over from James. This time a lot better. One edge that went just wide of slip. One shot that went just wide of backward point. Such are the margins in this game at times. Well, I'm not sure how to describe that shot. It looked like a cross between a hook shot and a sweep shot. All the same, it ended up, he copped that one on the chest area. End of the over. At the end of it, it's 22 without loss.
Yeah, caught in between two minds. Didn't get up as high as he expected. Kappa. And the unmentionables.
In a part of the thigh, in fact, is where it hit him. It looked like it initially had taken him on the chest, but it hit the thigh. Yeah, I'm just taking a different look at the cricket. Is that our match referee today? Rafi Tilak?
Yep.
Believe that's Rafi. Just keep an eye on things.
Taking a bit of a stroll, Ravi Tilak. So no early success for the West Indies under 19s. 22 without loss after 6 overs. Rion Edwards to continue 3 overs, none for 5. Can he make a breakthrough here? Ari Mansouri getting off to a good start, 16 from 26.
Yeah, can't beat the field this time. Yeah, quiet start from the US. Just the one shot that flew over the boundary from the bat of Suri. He and Kappa have done a solid job for the USA team. As you mentioned, their thinking is squarely on trying to get to this power play without losing any wickets. And after that, capitalizing on it. Well, in case you wanted to know how the pitch plays here in the afternoon, if after all the sunshine, if it gets better. The one match we've seen that has gone this far, so far, it did seem to get better for play in the afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s were bowled out for just over 150, and the West Indies chased that down for the loss of only 3 wickets.
Yeah. But from the early signs here in this second innings, doesn't seem to be any demons in the surface. It just seems to be more of the same from the first innings.
Well, that's a wide. As the USA continue here, Ramesh has taken a little stroll, as you would have seen previously. There he is, going to do some warm-ups with his teammates. Batting against the wall. That's on the eastern side of the ground. Well, a bowling change might be coming. I'm seeing Renico Smith warming up, limbering up at the fine leg position. Of course, bowlers love to do that just to give a subtle hint to the captain, a not so subtle hint to the captain.
Yeah.
Straight to the fielder again. And this is one aspect of the game we've seen from the USA team. A lot of these shots have been played, hit solidly, but picking out the fielders.
Yeah. Suri seems to be the one going hard at it early on.
Yeah.
And look at the difference in balls faced. Suri 29 deliveries faced, Kappa just 11.
Yeah.
So he's faced most of the deliveries.
That was marginally close to wide there, not called by umpire Kelman Kaulesa. And remember, if you're looking at this West Indies under 19 team and asking yourself, okay, are there any players missing? Yeah. Remember, the West Indies team without Jordan Johnson and Isaac Torn, who are competing with the West Indies academy team at this time. There's also the possibility, and certainly Andrew Rambaran is hoping that he gets a shot in that team also. Didn't do his chances any badly with his performance in the opening game of this series. Just straight to the fielder again. Recurring decimal here for the USA.
Yeah. Yeah. And that team, as you mentioned, in just about 1 week's time, we know the makeup of that team that would be heading to the World Cup in South Africa. Of course, the host country being switched over from Sri Lanka to now South Africa.
Under edge and beats the keeper. That could run away to the boundary. It has. And there's Smith coming into your picture. He's been doing a lot of limbering up away to the right of your picture there. And now gets a chance to sprint away for this one. End of the over. 7 overs gone. USA 27 without loss. Yep. Got a big under edge. And just in front of the keeper, Joseph unable to hang on to that one.
I think we're going to be seeing Renico Smith now. Stephen Pascal just going to have a quiet word with him. That's the plans and what have you. Maybe he could be the one to make a breakthrough here.
Well, it looks like he might be coming on. He does have the ball in hand now, and he's picking up the marker. So it is going to be Renico Smith to continue here. And he has replaced Deshaun James at the southern end of the ground. Here he's just doing his little trial run in. Yeah, definitely a lot taller than the previous man from this end, Deshaun James. Has a lot of height, so a different. He will offer something different here for the West Indies team. The ball coming down from a higher, from maybe about 7 to 8 feet or so. Well, that one gets past the edge first up, so good start from him. For the USA team, they'll have their targets in mind, what they would like to achieve after certain phases of the game.
Yeah, definitely, and it's gone well so far for them. It's not been a rocket start by any means. It's been sedate, able to pick up runs here and there. It's been good disciplined bowling from the West Indies under 19s, and no wickets in there just yet. I think we might not be far away from seeing some spin.
And just like me, I guess you caught a sight of Seeley warming up himself.
Yeah.
Seeley also doing some warm-ups. Nathan Seeley, the left-arm orthodox spinner. And he had a good platform, 40, when he batted.
Mm-hmm.
That always gives bowlers confidence when they get some runs just before.
Yeah, most definitely. Take that confidence into their bowling. And that's the good thing of being an all-rounder.
Yeah, different ways to contribute to the team's success. Seeley continuing to limber up and was working on the hamstrings just a couple seconds before that ball went in. And very, very important to do so. I'm sure he's been doing a lot of hill running. Usually helps build up those hamstrings. But you know that, of course, as a finely tuned athlete yourself.
Yeah, a lot of hard work, especially as a fast bowler. Got to put in those gym work.
Put in the hard yards, as they say.
Yeah, hard yards.
On drive for one. Sliding stop there by James, who has replaced Smith in that mid-off position.
Looking at Renico Smith, there's not much of a jump when getting to the crease. He just seems to run straight through. And he does bowl at lively pace at this age group level. Renico Smith operating on the fuller side so far. We've not seen much short deliveries in terms of bumpers from any of the fast bowlers.
Yeah, it's because of the slowness of the pitch really here, more than anything else.
It might be a good change-up.
Yeah, especially a slow bumper now and again late in the piece. It's been known to get a few batsmen out. We saw that tactic being used a lot during the Super 50, especially in the middle overs. A lot of slow bumpers being bowled on the slower surfaces here in Trinidad. Of course, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which did offer a little bit more pace, bowlers like Alzari Joseph and company were really enjoying themselves down there with the bounce.
Yeah.
Close to the edge again. That's a good delivery from Kappa. Just maybe in that leg stump line, middle and leg line, just forcing the batsman to play. And Kappa not getting the edge. So that's a good start here for Smith. And there he goes, marching back to his position in that fine leg post. So 8 overs gone, 27 without loss. And Surrey on the 20 of 32 deliveries, Kappa on 3. So Ware occupying the slip position. Kappa and Surrey having a little talk there as we see another change coming through at the moment. And it looks like it will be Seeley to continue from the northern end. There he is, 75 on his back. Nathan Seeley, left arm orthodox bowler. And Seeley starting off his spell with a big smile on his face. Boy, does he enjoy his cricket. Nathan Seeley did play in the first game we saw here. That's West Indies under 19s versus under 23s. And took 1 wicket, got rid of Joshua Ramdu for 23. One of the wickets to fall for the West Indies under 19 team. So far, good performance in the field from the West Indies under 19 team, heading off to the World Cup. And many of these players would relish the opportunity to take advantage of the conditions here to get some runs, attract the attention of the selectors. That's 1. And Kappa could get a second. He does. Short of the 2 batsmen, just hopping around and making it comfortably back to the other end from pitch here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. Certainly for the USA team, this will be a big feather in their cap to get a win over the West Indies here. Different levels, different games. Last year we saw the USA under 19 women's team come to the Caribbean and win the regional T20 competition. Yeah, it's the USA defeating Trinidad and Tobago in the final round of the competition and getting the title. And USA under 19s women, led by Gitika Kodali, went on to play in the World Cup earlier this year. Has he gotten the stumping chance here? The umpire says not out. Survives here, Kappa. Maybe briefly that back foot was lifted, but got it down in time to survive the stumping chance. Joseph almost converting the half chance here for the West Indies under 19 team. So Seeley to continue. Very interesting hand action. His hands go this way and that. Almost like there's an incantation. One of our colleagues was writing and saying it looks like Doctor Strange about to throw a spell in the Marvel comics, if you know what I mean. 8 was gone, 27 without loss. Of course, if he can throw a spell over the batters here, that would be ideal. And a maiden over to start from the youngster coming in. Well, that's Smith, in fact. So the USA announcing earlier this month that they were coming here to play these 550 over matches. And the 12 Trinidad is a wonderful opportunity for our team to get some high-quality matches against top opposition ahead of the World Cup. Read a USA statement before that. They've lost a few games to rain, but they're relishing the opportunity today to play here at the National Cricket Centre. Well, not far away again from the edge. Certainly he is posing some problems here, Renico Smith. Tallest of the bowlers to show up so far. Is that a chain around his neck just glinting in the sun as he walks back? Just feeling for that one outside the off stump there, Kappa. This is a good line here by Smith. Everything just about that middle and off line, just forcing the batsman to play, but Kappa not getting a touch onto that, the left-hander. Teasing bowling here from Smith. USA coming to the Caribbean with the 18 players, and they're definitely into a rotation policy with some of the players stepping out. Bagani, Chettipalayam, Balala, Nadkarni and Mehta, all of whom have played so far out of the team today. 13 players involved in each of these games for the USA and the West Indies. Oh, did that take the edge? It was very close to it. In any case, it dropped just short of the keeper. Good work by Joseph to get down and make the stop. USA using a new opening partnership for this game. Well, in the other game that they would have played, two of the players who are out of the team, that's Chettipalayam and Mehta, they would have opened the innings the last time round. Srivastava came in at 3, Ramesh at 4. Then it was the likes of Mahesh, Nayak, Patel, Bagani, Subramaniam, Balala and Nadkarni. Several of these players are not involved today, but you would expect Srivastava to be the next one to come in at 3. Oh, great delivery again. A repeat of the couple deliveries before that. And that'll bring an end to the 10th over here. The USA definitely not off to a flying start at the moment. It is 30 without loss after 10 overs. In the last 5-over block, just 12 runs coming off it. So they've been able to keep the USA quiet during that period. And that is my colleague Kadir Mohammed's ride home. Unfortunately, it's leaving without him at the moment. Perhaps another family member heading out there, Kadir.
That's not good. How am I going to get home? Video? Well, we got to call them back.
There are other helicopters, don't worry. That, of course, is one of the National Helicopter Service helicopters in operation here. Certainly do a yeoman service in terms of medical emergencies and all sorts of other emergencies are in operation there. So here's Seeley to start off, and look at the hand movements in case you didn't see it in the last over.
Yeah, Nathan Seeley, pretty tidy start. Good first over, just 2 coming from it. Still the 1 slip. Backward point, extra cover. Long off, long on, mid-wicket.
Ooh, another bit of turn there away from the bat of Kappa. Good delivery there by Seeley. And see here, the West Indies have persisted with the slip. That's what you want to see. Oh, the ball, a newish ball sliding on to the bat still.
Yeah. Catching option.
Gets that past the fielder. We'll get 1. Something we didn't see from the USA when they had the leg spinners on. A couple of chances going would have gone first straight to first slip, were not taken.
Yeah, a couple of chances went in that similar region when the leg spinners were on. West Indies are not making that mistake, keeping their slip in. Adrian Ware at first slip. Strongly built Jamaican. And Seeley is going to be bowling to the left-handed Aryaman Suri. Still 194 required.
I looked to play that one down the pitch and then suddenly realized that it was a Yorker length delivery. I had to jam the bat on it.
USA got to keep in mind that required run rate. It's just about 5 to the over, 5.1. And with every pass and dot delivery, it's going to slightly go up. Got to keep an eye on that.
It's that straight. Will that go to the fielder? Just short. Oh, that is a remarkable stop there. Wow, that was curving in the air. The fieldsman was coming in, and then suddenly the ball which had been made the stop. That is very good fielding indeed.
Good stuff down there. Is that Wedderburn there?
Might be Weatherburn, in fact, who's made that stop. But it was really good fielding because the ball, you could have seen the batsman had hit slightly across the line, and the ball does tend to swerve in the air after that happens. And that has brought an end to an interesting 11th over here. Sealy again tidy with this over. Just 4 runs off it, 2 overs so far. The USA, so far so good for them, 32 without loss after 11 overs. And just as we saw in that previous game, where despite the fact that they lost the opening wicket, they were able to dig in and try to build an innings. There was 42 from Srivastava, 19 from Nayak, Patel got 28, and then Bagani came in and absolutely blasted everything around. He got to 61.
Yeah. No Ryan Bagani today.
None today.
Renico Smith to continue from the southern end. 2 overs, just 1 run conceded. Oh,
another fine diving stop. This time it's Stephen Pascal. Wow. That is jaw-dropping athleticism there from the young man.
Yeah, good athletic stop, Stephen Pascal. That would have definitely been 2 had it passed him. Those are the small things in the game that could, in the end, make a difference in terms of a result.
It also adds that little bit of frustration to a batsman who's hit a pretty good shot, expecting to get a couple of runs, maybe a boundary. And then you just see the fielder diving across, making the stop.
Yeah, those are the fine margins in this beautiful game.
And then the next ball, you almost touch one through to the keeper. Just adds to the whole drama of the moment here. Surrey 21 of 43. Kappa 7 of 25. He's going at less than a run every 3 balls.
Smith has bowled 14 deliveries, and it must be about 10 deliveries that has gone past the edge. Whether it be pulling the bat inside at the last moment or genuinely getting past the edge. Good stuff from Renico Smith.
And then when it, then every now and again the batsman does that. It's running down to third man to get the single. Very consistent stuff here from Smith. And the big man looking very motivated in this match. I was watching him at fine leg when the other bowlers were on. Boy, he was in the game. He was clapping. He was talking, getting himself going. He was warming up all the way through.
Yeah. Different ways of getting yourself into the game. Yet to make an impression in terms of wickets, Smith.
Chance at a run out. Oh, has he gotten him? The umpire says yes, he's gotten him. And there's the run out, and Kappa is gone. Big blow here for the West Indies team, and the USA have lost their first wicket. A run out here, and Kappa had set off for the single, was sent back. Unfortunately, never made it back. A good take by the keeper. It wasn't the best of throws, but he did well to convert that chance.
Yeah, non-existent single. Yes, no. And in the end, well short of his ground. Devonny Joseph had a good take and getting the bails off. And that's the first breakthrough for the West Indies under-19s. USA 32 for 1. Kappa gone for 7.
Yeah, and what was the real secret to that dismissal was the take by Joseph, because that throw, even though it was from a very short range, was thrown into the ground really, and it hit the ground maybe about 5 to 6 feet away from where Devoni Joseph was. He was able to pick it up as it hopped off the surface and use the momentum to carry it onto the stumps. That's really good work there by the young wicketkeeper to effect that run out. And that's the end of Kappa, as you mentioned, out for 7 of 25. USA 33 for 1. And coming in to bat now, Aryan, well, it looks like Satish, but I don't think that is, in fact, Satish. We're just going to check on the identity of the young player. But he's definitely one of the smaller players on the field. Satish, we did see earlier, 17-year-old.
Yeah, that was Aryan Satish. He made an impression with ball, leg spinner, picking up 2.
I'm wondering if this is a Srivastava playing. He is of similar stature. It's Pandey, in fact, one of the smaller players out there for the USA team. And this is
Rishi Pandey.
Rishi Pandey. And Rishi Pandey solidly forward to that and makes a stop. And that's a good start from him. Of course, he's surrounded by fielders immediately and all sorts of advice being shouted at him.
Yeah. Players getting in his ears immediately, Joel Andrew and company. Something we've grown accustomed to seeing. Nico Smith. 2.5 overs, none for 2. Running in with real purpose here.
Yeah, striping that one down the ground and not getting the single. Pandey. And, of course, a name that sounds very familiar to one of us here in Trinidad and Tobago. 12 overs gone, 33 for 1. The umpire signaling there will be, I think the water break is coming after that. Mr. Pandey, that's the Honorable Bastille Pandey, was former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Spelled slightly differently, Panday. He's actually the MP for the Couva area. We are in Couva right now, but I don't think it's this part of Couva. Or is it?
While you get that, Nathan Seeley is going to continue. Manish Pandey out of India. Stylish right-handed batter. No relation, of course. Eye on that run rate, that required run rate, 5.3. It's gone up to ever so slightly moving upwards. Still that slip in place. Short delivery, pulled away a fielder there, and just short of Wedderburn on the mid-wicket boundary. And a good effort in the end. It was in the air for quite some time. And Wedderburn just could not get the hands under it.
Yeah, good effort there by Wedderburn. Had to make the distance coming in. Not only was he running forward, he's also running to his left. Just maybe inches away from getting the hands under that. Good effort there by Stephen Wedderburn.
Yeah, things beginning to happen here. USA feeling as though they need to get him moving on with the scoring rate. Has he bowled him? Seeley's running away, and not out is the call. He was animated. He thought he had his man.
Well, that's how Seeley celebrates. He did that in the last game also. He runs away from the umpire celebrating as if to suggest that has to be out. But luckily for him, there may have been a touch on to that from Pandey on to the pad. And Bastille, he apologizes to the umpire. And I think for good reason also, because that's something that's frowned upon. You need to appeal. And of course, he just ran away not it's a way that players subtly try to influence the umpire.
Yeah.
Or should I say not so subtly try to influence the umpire.
Well, once the ball hits the pad, bowlers think it's automatically LBW.
Bowlers, they're a different breed. Worked onto the onside here from Pandey, who's off the mark on 1. And that will bring us to the water break with that particular run. The USA on the 19 team are 35 for 1. Pandey is on 1. Surrey on 23. The only wicket to fall so far, Kappa, who was run out for 7. So the USA in search of 225 for victory, 35 for 1. At the end of the over, we'll be back with more after this short break. So after the water break, the USA under 19 team resume at 36 for 1. They lost a wicket of Kappa, run out for 7 just before that. And a close call, Nathan Seeley, none for 7 off his 3 overs. Thought he had the wicket of Pandey, who survived a confident LBW appeal. Surrey has been there for a while, 24 of 49 deliveries, make that 24-50 deliveries. He survives, and he has been the bedrock on which the USA have built their innings so far. They're in search of 225 for victory. Remember, they have 47 overs. This match starting a bit late earlier today, 10:45. An hour and 15 minutes lost to wet conditions. And the Trinidad and Tobago Academy teams in preparation mode at the moment. Oh, great delivery again by Smith. How many times have we seen this so far? Bowling to Surrey just outside the line of the off stump. And he's beaten him quite a few times. And Surrey, as he's done all the way through this innings, just going down there and patting the surface as if to calm any of the demons there. What would you call that? Would you call that a football or a soccer ball? I think those youngsters would probably call it the latter. And another single, and they have been using that football or soccer ball, whatever you call it, depending on where you are at the moment, to warm up. They were actually playing some football and playing a cross between football and volleyball earlier today to warm up, as many of the teams have done. Of course, many of the purists don't like to see cricketers warming up with the football. Someone once said famously that when I see Manchester United warming up with a cricket ball, then I'll support it. Oh, very good delivery again. He's bowled so well to the left-handers and now producing a real peach of a delivery here to the little right-hander Pandey, who is able to keep it out. We are in the constituency of Couva South here. And the well-known former Prime Minister of TNT, Basdev Pandey, was the MP of Couva North. Yeah, it's a good stop. Half stop there, but gets after it Movindra Dindyal and slaps his hands in disgust there at not picking it up at the first attempt. Certainly there is. These Trinidad and Tobago, these West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago, and USA players all involved in this competition. They've gone full tilt at this. There have been no half measures from any of the players in this competition. They all know what's at stake. Places in their respective national teams to go to the World Cup. Well, he hasn't played a lot of attacking shots against Smith. That was one of them, but that one kept very low, a bit wider outside the off stump there from Smith. And after 4 overs, he's only conceded 4 runs. USA on the 19s, 38 for 1 after 14 overs. In the last 4 overs, the USA have only scored 8 runs. So just 2 runs and over, their scoring rate has gone down to. Preparation for the TNT team continuing with some outfield practicing and just practicing some outfield catches. We haven't seen too many of those here today, and especially in this innings. There was a chance for Wedderburn, a couple of half chances really. Wedderburn making the best out of him, making the stop. Actually, didn't seem as though anyone would have gotten anywhere close to it. He did so and almost made them into miraculous catches. What he was not able to do with the bat today, Wedderburn has done with in the field. So what remains in this series for the teams? USA playing against the West Indies under-19 team today. They will finish up their series with a match against Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s on Monday. Goes for the sweep shot, got outside the off stump, and that has been turned down by the umpire, and rightly so according to my co-commentator Kadir, who felt that one was going down. That would have been hitting him outside the off stump, and I dare say I agree with that. Got well outside the off stump to play that paddle sweep shot. Well, that's down the leg side this time, and a wide, signaled by umpire Carl Lesser. USA team coached by Asif Mujtaba, former Pakistan player. And he's assisted by manager Anand Patel, Parmeet Singh, the physio, and the analyst today, Dhruv Kumar Borat. And Sajid Fernando is a team consultant, all of them contributing to the success of the team. Yeah, so the USA will play the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s on the 27th of November, that's Monday. And then the last game of this series for the USA will be against TNT on the 23s on Wednesday. Rather theatrical looking dive here that ends with a single. A dive like that in the Premier League would have led to a yellow card for simulation. But thankfully, that's not going to happen here today. Now that fielder stays. That's Pascal, I believe, staying in that position. Catching position. Pandey turns it into the vacant mid-wicket position and gets one. Good batting from the little man. Moving on to 4 of 8 deliveries. So as the over comes to an end, 15 overs gone, and the USA 42 for 1. So they've gotten 12 runs in the last 5 overs for the loss of the 1 wicket. .4 per over in the last 5 overs. So it's been slow going here for the USA. As for the West Indies, a couple of, I can't even say half chances, quarter chances coming up. Only converted into half chances by the diving figure of Stephen Wedderburn. But as you can see there, they're anticipating a catch in the slip here. And Suri at the non-striker's end. Pandey still early in his innings here, trying to work himself in. Smith has bowled 25 deliveries so far and conceded 4 singles. Most of those deliveries he's bowled to Suri and really troubled him outside the off stump. So attritional stuff between the two teams here, fighting for the edge and supremacy in this game. Pandey and Suri trying to hold back this West Indies under-19 team from claiming the advantage in this game. Again off the pad is an appeal. Well, it was half an appeal there by Smith, who only really got into it after seeing the players behind the stumps go up, but it always looked as that was going to go away from the stumps. Good spell of containing bowling here from Smith. At the other end, well, they've tried to attack the other bowler involved, Smith, or rather Seeley, but no chances coming yet. Ooh, not far from the leg stump that time. This could run close to the boundary. Just picked up inside. Just a gimme away from the ropes, and a couple of runs there for Pandey. And that's what you would call a textbook French cut. And a couple of the players not involved in the game today, Mahesh and Subramanian. Actually, Subramanian had a brilliant game today, 5 for 31 earlier today. Pandey thinking about the single, but sent back. Well, several of the players wearing each other's shirts. I think they're contributing to the laundry bill for each other. Two deliveries remaining in the 16th over. Really fine day for cricket here, and I'm sure the players would have appreciated finally an unbothered time on the pitch. Even the game that ended with a 7-wicket victory for the West Indies, that there were some stoppages in that one. Driven that past the bowler and away for 4 runs. Pandey hitting that uppishly, just enough away from Smith to pick up his first boundary. And Smith, who's had 4 singles off his first 4 overs, has finally given up a boundary here off the last ball of his 5th over. Pitched up and not far away from the big man. 48 for 1 after 16 overs. USA going along at 3 and over. They certainly will need to get on their horse in a couple of overs if they are to chase down this West Indies target of 225. Well, Surrey continuing to battle along here for the USA. Coming in to open the batting this time round for the American team visiting here. Goes for the lap sweep, not far away from the fielder. Got a touch onto that definitely. Well, a couple of games between the West Indies losing out on some valuable match practice time. The first 2 matches of this series were rained out. The third game of the series, which there was some play finally, West Indies under 19s defeating the TNT under 23 team by 7 wickets. Then TNT USA and West Indies USA were both interrupted by rain. So thankfully, a chance here to get some play. Rains returning to Trinidad and Tobago after what was a very dry spell during the September month. And it was very hot. Everybody was indoors during that time. As my learned colleague Kadir was telling me, that was the Piti Karem period here in Trinidad. That's a phrase I haven't heard in centuries, it seems. 50 for 1, 16.4 overs here. USA 50 up. That's cut well. Just to give you an idea of how the USA have struggled here. Their first 50. Coming up off 16.2 overs. Swept that nicely. Got some good contact. It won't go to the boundary. Dindial is after it. Can he pull it back? He does. Just a couple of runs there for the USA. So the USA 50 coming up off 98 deliveries. Compare that to the West Indies. Their 50 coming up of 59. So it's been a real slog. It has been a real slog here for the USA. Member of the USA staff just moving around the ground, having a look on to see what's going on. Always useful to get a different angled view on the game.
Well, time for Zishan Motara. Leg break bowler out of Barbados, replacing another Bajan, Renico Smith. Zishan Motara for the first time in this series. Tall figure. Does give it a bit of a rip. There's a slip. Backward point. Man back on the extra cover boundary. Extra cover. Oh, just short of Weatherburn at backward point. And it's going to result in a single.
Pascal. Yeah, Pascal it was.
Pascal it is, yeah.
Yeah, slimmer of the two, and yeah, I think he was wrong-footed, if anything, and it just spun away from him at the last moment.
Required run rate creeping up, 5.5 now. Gotta keep an eye on that. 53 for 1 in the 18th over. Well, reinforcements to the onside field. 3 back on the leg side, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, and a long on. As for the offside, no one back on the offside boundary. Mutaro with a pretty good start, just 2 runs so far. Good thing is though that they're coming out of the hand nicely. Leg spinners always want that sort of start. Doesn't want to start with a drag down or full toss.
Yeah, definitely a wide called, and there is umpire Rajkumar. Umpire Rajkumar involved in one of the games earlier this week, also as the reserve umpire.
Lyndon Rajkumar, famous figure here in local cricket. Pretty good
Yes.
umpire too.
Yeah, well, he's it's a well-known umpire, and umpire Rajkumar operating at regional level.
Yeah.
He's into powerlifting, so don't think you want to argue with him too much. Teacher by profession outside of the umpiring field, so has that quiet command about him when he's speaking. Well, Bachara sliding across there, looking like a much taller version of Spider-Man, the way he got across there.
Well, an update in Antigua. Emerging Ireland bowled out for 213. West Indies Academy in their turn at the crease, 10 for 1.
Well, end of the over here after 18, 59 for 1. And the keepers going through their paces there at the moment. Yep, that's how you take the bails off. And the hard-working David Dean Manick with the... Is that the mongoose bat out there? Knocking that one.
Kyle Ramdo going through his paces.
And, of course, he will be back in action on Monday against the USA.
Looks like Nathan Seeley is out of the attack. And it looks as though Joshua Dawn is going to pick up the attack. No, in fact, it's still Seeley.
Well, Seeley didn't seem happy that that was a wide, but it definitely was. And, well, Tindial flicked that one back and has saved possibly 1 run here for his team. Let's see, did it touch something? No, it didn't seem as though it touched anything. Well, he's looking unhappy with the umpire, but I'm not sure why, because that was clearly, well, that also seemed to have gone over the ropes there, but of course we're not in the best position. It did appear that he may have pulled that one back. Touch and go with that one from Dindial.
Yeah. Badly line delivery. Nathan Seeley. Yeah, back where he needs to be. Arya Mansouri, 32 from 67 deliveries. Exactly what the United States would want. A well set batter. Cutting this one away. Should get 2. Good fielding from Smith, just keeping it down to a single.
And it was the pickup and turn and throw from Smith that prevented him from getting to the second. And got there very quickly. Took any thoughts of the second run out of the minds of the batters.
Close catcher on the offside. Catching cover. Short cover. Slip. Oh, French cut again. Not going back onto the stumps, luckily for the diminutive figure of Rishi Pandey.
Yeah, it looks like the arm ball there more than anything. That one seemed to come on, and he just got something on it, onto the pads, and kept it out of the stumps.
Just guiding this one. Easy in the end. Rishi Pandey just a tad above the stumps to describe his height. So he's not going to be pleased with the way I described that.
Pandey household is not loving you at the moment.
Short in stature. So he continues to be solid as a rock as Sealy brings to end another over. 19 done, 66 for 1.
Well, Surrey's been there for quite a while now. They came out to bat about 2:40 p.m. So he's been out there for an hour and 20 minutes or so. Almost an hour and a half, in fact, that he has been out there. So 90 minutes, and he's gotten 33 of his 70 deliveries. So he's put in a good shift here for the USA. What they won't want is for him to get out at this point.
Yeah, having soaked up 70 deliveries, you would want him to carry on, ideally.
Well, the substitute fielder, Tamari Redwood, is on the field here for the... Actually, he's part of the 13, correction. The two players left out of the 13-man squad for this game, Nathan Edward and Tariq Edward. Those two will not be able to bowl. Tamari Redwood definitely will be bowling. He's another one of the leg break bowlers. So I think we will see him introduced at some point in this one. And where the big Jamaican who is at the first slip position, he's off the field. So just to remind you, if you're just joining us, 13 players aside, only 11 on the field at this time, at each time, but the 11 players on the field, of those 13, all of them are eligible to bowl.
Short delivery, pull away, Redwood getting under it and takes the catch. Immediate impact from both players. Zishan Brathwaite, Mutara rather, gets the breakthrough. Rishi Pandey gone for 12. USA under 19, 66 for 2.
Yeah, good breakthrough by Mutara. And again, just as we saw with the West Indies innings, the leg spinners doing the trick here. And the two leg spinners combining to get the dismissal. First of all, Mutara with one that was just climbing a bit. Maybe a bit of overspin on that one. Just climbing on Pandey. Went for the big shot and could only top edge it. And that was a pretty good catch there by Redwood. He'd only come on the field a minute before and took the catch. If this were the Premier League, we'll be hailing the manager as the manager of the month.
Yeah, definitely. Tamari Redwood into the action immediately. Zishan Mutara with much needed breakthrough here for the West Indies under 19s. And in comes the USA's captain, Rishi Ramesh.
Yeah, Ramesh did play, batted at number 4 in that last game that the USA under 19s played. Got very enterprising 14 before he went to Mahabir Singh. Just got to a point where he had started to play too many shots and eventually perished. But there's definitely a lot of talent for the USA captain, and hopefully he can convert some of that into an innings of substance here. In the meantime, at the other end, there's Suri. He has now gone past an hour and 33 minutes out there. Boy, it's not easy in this the hot weather that we had earlier today.
Yeah, putting in a good shift for his team, Arya Mansouri. Zishan Motara. That would give him huge confidence. Young man, just 16 years of age. Another right-hander in Rishi Ramesh. Still a slip in place. Backward point. Deep extra cover. Cover. Long off. Mid on. Mid wicket. Square leg. And Ramesh. A lot will depend on him here. Having just lost Rishi Pandey. Down the leg side, huge appeal, and nothing off the bat. May have just brushed the pad on the way through. Good take from Joseph. And the Ramesh gets off the mark. Nice flowing cover drive. Always want to get that weight off of your back. So the USA under 19 still need 158 from 169 deliveries. Make that 168. 158 needed from 168. At the end of 20, it's 67 for 2. So it's a leg spin from both ends now. Tamari Redwood into the attack from the northern end. Having just taken that catch, he would have some confidence going into his bowling effort here. Tell you the deep fielders, there are 4 of them. Deep cover, long off, long on. No. Deep cover, long off, deep mid wicket, and a deep backward square. Mid on is inside the circle, so too short mid wicket. Here's Redwood. Starts with a short delivery just over the head of Motara at mid wicket. Played uppishly, airy fairy for a moment. In the end, safe. What a start that would have been for Redwood. Brings the established Arya Mansouri on strike. Good stop from Pascal, preventing any thoughts of a single. A lot of motion in from Nathan Seeley. This time we'll get the single. Important partnership for the US. Rishi Ramesh and Arya Mansouri. Arya Mansouri been there from the start. Ramesh just coming to the crease. Just two coming in that over. 21 done, 69 for 2. Still some batting to come for the US. Still Utkarsh Srivastava, Arjun Mahesh, Manav Nayak, Path Patel. Still some batting there. No Ryan Bagani today. Zishan Mutara to continue from the southern end. Loud appeal and just maybe turning past the leg stump. Good decision in the end from Lyndon Rajkumar.
Well, the current run rate for the first time has gone above 3 since the first 5 overs here for the USA.
Looking to go for a ramp shot. Not sure it came off anything.
Well, actually, the fielder slip, if it did come off the bat, the fielder slip had actually gone round to perhaps take a catch in that fine, short, that leg slip position. The ball went the other way where he was originally standing.
Yeah, anticipating. So far, so good from Mutara. Oh, another good stop from Pascal. It's been a real life wire in the field. Captain leading by example.
Well, he's well over 6 feet tall, maybe about 6'2", 6'3" or so. And but for such a tall man, he has small man movement.
Yeah, good from Ramesh.
Well, one of the best in that position of all time was Jonty Rhodes, the former South African player, who was certainly not anywhere as tall as Stephen Pascal. He was very short and very good close to the ground, Jonty Rhodes.
Oh, that must be. Oh, it is out. Zishan Mutara with a good sharp return catch, getting rid of Arya Mansouri for 34. Mutara with another breakthrough. USA under 19, 71 for 3.
Yeah, that was hit powerfully back to him, and that was a pretty good catch by Mutara because that was really traveling. And what has been a very good innings here, battling innings from Arya Mansouri, is over, out for 34. He really drilled that one past. Now look how fast it gets back to Mutara, who had just come out of his delivery stride. Bam! And it's there. I think the secret to that was that he got in position. Some bowlers take a while to really get out of that out of the delivery stride. He was actually waiting for it. Good bit of work there for him. And that's the end of the innings from Suri. Arepali, the wicketkeeper, is going to do battle now for his team.
Yeah, good sharp catch. Zishan Mutara already picking up 2 wickets. Proving to be a real handful here on this surface. Well, Amor Arepali is the new batter.
And once again, we're seeing a similar theme. The leg spinners doing the trick here for the teams. Also in the West Indies, while the West Indies batted, it was the leg spinners, Ramesh and Satish, who did the damage. Satish taking a couple of wickets, Ramesh taking 1 for 16 in 6 overs. Now, Mutara 2 for 9.
Yeah. Leg spinners coming to the party here. And again, video 154 needed from 157 deliveries. The required run rate now is a shade under 6 to the over.
It's climbing all the time.
Yeah. Which you feel if it gets up to 6.5 to the over, it's going to be a real ask for these players.
Yeah, in fact, the USA run rate after the first 5 overs was 3.6. The next 5 overs, they went along at 2.4. 2.2 after that. And then in the last 5 overs, between 15 and 20, they got up to 3.0. That's why it's been dropping constantly. They really haven't gotten up to that required run rate. And after 22 here, 71 for 3. And the mainstay of the innings so far, Suri, has just gone for 34. And remember, they don't have the firepower of Ryan Bagani to depend on later on. So, doesn't look good here for the USA, but we said the same thing in the last game, and Bagani came in and changed things. Now, remember, there was also a pretty good innings from Nayak, who is playing. He got 19 in a quick time. Patel, he also got 28 in a good partnership with Bagani.
Short delivery and not put away. Good stop from Zishan Mutara.
And it's very important for the USA to put away these chances.
Yeah, definitely. Again, can't get a single. Oh, in fact, India with some sloppy work allows for an easy single. Not happy with that. Still encouraged by his teammates.
In fact, he was telling the umpire just outside of your picture, it was the second bounce that did him in, which usually happens when you're fielding a backward point. The second, if you're like, he's of course fielding to the right-hander here. That second bounce takes it sharply away to your left.
Backspin.
This time, he gets in the position anticipating the backspin and does the fielding. I mean, I'm sure he knows it, but it's just sometimes you just lose that focus.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the backspin can do so much more than you expect.
Down on one knee and playing the sweep shot. Aripali is going to get off the mark here.
Well, if you are a fan of the West Indies team and you're hoping the West Indies can bring home another trophy to add to the one in 2016, I think you'd be cautiously optimistic here that it's a team with a lot of talent, and if they can get things together.
Oh, Seeley with a drop chance. Good delivery from Redwood, spinning away. And Nathan Seeley had slipped, couldn't hold on. Another chance goes a begging.
What was I saying about being encouraged? Here's how it happened here. Big edge off the bat of Ramesh, and that should have been taken. Yeah, Seeley, a tall man, got down there and should have taken it, but just bumped out of his hands.
Yeah, knee height, exactly where you wanted that slip. Just the perfect height. Couldn't hold on, Nathan Seeley. But a pretty good over from Tamari Redwood. Just 3 coming in it. 74 for 3.
Well, the West Indies have seen the influence of the leg spinners on the game, and they have both of them operating at the same time. There is young Mahesh in with the number 10 on his back. Remember, he got 3 in the last game. He'll hope to get a score in this one. Up for grabs places in the Under-19 World Cup team. It's going to be Motara to continue here. 3 in his 4th over, 2 for 9. Another talented youngster.
Zishan Motara in for his 4th over, 2 for 9. Look at that graphic. 3.1 overs, 9 runs, 2 wickets. Again, he's on the money. And that run rate has gone above 6 now to the over. Keeps climbing. Big shots are going to have to come from somewhere. Can't tell you the last time he had a boundary. It's been quite a while now.
Yeah, it has been a significant distance since we had a boundary, and it's been tough here for the USA against this bowling attack from the West Indies team. And when you look at this West Indies team, you do have the thinking about that team to go to South Africa. The left arm medium fast bowler Nathan Edward is in there. Deshaun James and Rion Edwards also in there.
This one is cut away in the gap. Work for Redwood to do, and all the way for 4. Good shot from Ramesh. A back cut, cutting in the gap and picking up a much needed boundary at this stage. 78 for 3 now.
Yeah, that was a nice. We just waited on it and got enough on it to guide it behind square for the boundary. And nice shot to break the shackles a little bit here of Motaro, who has conceded his first boundary. 3 pacers, medium pacers with this West Indies team. Remember, there's still Thorne, the outstanding young Guyana player, to come into the team. That'll make it 4. You would feel there might be another couple of paces in. This squad was selected before the World Cup was changed from Sri Lanka to South Africa. So I feel that there may be still a space for at least one more pacer, medium pacer, in this West Indies team from what we see here. And including Thorne in the picture.
Yeah, you gotta ask yourself, who's the other pacer in mind? Well, coming to my mind, I could think about Jatario Prescott and Kyron King, but of course they're not in this particular bunch of guys.
Yeah, so and that's because this thinking was creating a team, grafting a team towards Sri Lanka in mind.
This one is cut away again. Dindial giving chase. It's not going to go to the boundary. Couple of runs there for Aripali. Yeah, those two really caught the eye. And I don't think they should be far away from a call-up.
Well, Aiden Ratcha also from Trinidad and Tobago would be not a bad shot, because he's also under 17 player and was quite good in that under 17 championships. Of course, you might be looking for someone from that under 17 team, under 19 team, correction.
Yeah, work for the selection panel to do.
Yeah, well, you would have done those Barbados games in the under 17 championships, and I know you were hugely impressed by those 2 players that you mentioned.
I think everyone was, at Gilbert Park, a slow track, and they were able to get it through at good pace. And it wasn't just pace, it wasn't just good pace, it was good lines, good lengths. You could see that they were bowling good areas, swept away. Fine and 4. Aripali getting a bad delivery and putting it away for a boundary here.
Well, he appears to want to take the best of his chances here with the time to bat. Now, the sunshine it's still bright here at the National Cricket Centre, but it's not hot anymore, so it's great practice conditions here for the USA. The heat is not very much a factor at the moment.
Yeah. Short delivery again. It's going to be 1 this time. But yeah, those 2 were mightily impressive video. Hidian Ratcha too, in his case, when the guys that he bowled to, he too hurried batters up. Got a bounce that time from Redwood and kept down by Ramesh to get a single.
Of course, that on the 17 championship, as the over comes to an end here, 86 for 3 at the end of it. Most impressive player in that competition was the young Grenada player, Kurt Murray.
Yeah.
He was absolutely amazing. He won everything. He was man of the match in every game that he played. St. Lucia. Check. Yeah, Kurt Murray was very impressive, and he won the MVP in both the limited overs and the two-day version.
Yeah, as you mentioned, man of the match in every single game that he played. All-round player, left-arm orthodox, bats in the top order. He was a real handful.
Yeah, certainly one of the fine young talents out of Grenada, Kurt Murray. Sure, we'll see him at some level, and his bowling also. He's not a pace bowler; he's a spin bowler, left arm spinner. But he was absolutely brilliant and scored a lot of runs in the competition.
Mm-hmm. A team that was captained by his brother, Kirsten Murray.
His brother was so happy for him. You could have seen how happy it was for his younger. Well, I'm not sure if he's the younger brother, maybe by a couple of minutes, but he was very happy for him. There was no sibling rivalry. There was a lot of brotherly love between those two. That was
Enjoying
wonderful
each
to
other's
see.
success.
Yeah.
Oh, what has happened there?
Seemed to jump a little bit on the batsman, and just getting past the edge. The keeper just getting a glove on it. Ooh, I think he got an edge onto that. Difficult chance though.
Ken spin, this time going the other way. Joseph totally outfoxed. And it goes away for a couple of wides.
Well, talking about Joseph, Rami Schultz, I had no idea where that was going. He was playing for one going away from him. And Seeley in the wars, but I think before that, it seemed that it took the edge very low down on the bat and really rose above the head of Seeley. He actually did very well to get a hand onto that, much less catch it.
Oh, short delivery. Couple of bounces to Dindial at mid-on.
Well, we're just moments away from the break for water here, the second water break of the innings. Well, cut nicely through to get one more, and that's going to be the end of the over. Mutara's figures, 16, 17 runs conceded, 2 for 17, and the USA hanging tough here with just 21 overs to go. They're 90 for 3, Kadir, and this target of 225 is looking pretty ominous at the moment.
Yeah, definitely a long way away from here. 90 for 3 after 26 overs, and it's going to be drinks here at the National Cricket Centre.
Welcome back. Second water break. USA under 19s 90 for 3. They're chasing 225 for victory, and there's the equation. 135 needed in 132 balls. Tough task here for the USA under 19 team against the West Indies under 19s here. Tamari Redwood is going to continue, and he'll be bowling from the northern end of the ground. Motara 2 for 17. The two leg spinners in operation here for the West Indies in tandem. Just darting it in at the moment here. Redwood, very different from Motara, who flights it just that little bit more. Oh, definitely some turn there. Just beating the outside edge of the bat from Aripali. This game starting at 10:45 a.m., losing an hour and a quarter to overnight rain and wetness on the outfield. Another one, this one's a wide, starting way wide and moving even further away. And 47 overs aside here, so the West Indies under 19 team battling here for their first victory of the series. Second victory, correction. They defeated the Trinidad and Tobago on the 23s by 7 wickets in their first game while chasing West Indies on the 19s. 224 for 9 in their 47 overs this time round. 58 from Dawn, 46 from Dindial. Nicely swept away. There's a man out there. Smith is after this and gets around to it and makes a stop. So Kadir Mohammed stepping back in, and USA on the 19s, a lot of work for them to do. 18 fours and 2 sixes in the match so far. And the majority have come off the bats of West Indian batsmen. That one beating the fielder, but not going to go to the boundary. That's one thing their team appears to lack, that bit of firepower. The only firepower we saw was from Bagani, and he's not playing today.
Yeah, so that tells me batters need to get a move on from here onwards. Ramesh 12 from 28. Aripali going along nicely. 9 from 10 deliveries, checking at 90.
Will get the single this time, Ramesh, as that one just trickles past the bowler. He's up to 15 now of 30 deliveries. And that is also the end of Redwood's over. 27 overs gone. 34 from Suri so far. And he's one of the 3 wickets to go. Kappa out for 7 and Pandey for 12. Those are the 3 batters to go so far. The second over saw the West Indies take 2 wickets and restrict the USA in terms of their run scoring. They'll be hoping by the time the next water break rolls along, they've been able to land a few more decisive blows in this contest.
Well, Vidya, by the looks of things, 20 overs remaining here. And it's 4:41 in Trinidad. And we're starting to lose light now. Quick single!
Ooh, that hits the stumps. Ooh, let's see. Well, the umpire was having none of it. He did not give any decision. So, obviously, the USA batter, Ramesh, was getting in there comfortably. And this replay might bear that out.
Yeah, safely home in the end. Rishi Ramesh. A good pickup and throw from Dindial. Bullseye from him. Hey. But yeah, 19.5 overs to go. We're starting to lose light now. I'm not sure if we're going to get all of those overs in.
Well, those 3 lovely gentlemen, Stern, Lewis, and Duckworth, might come into play.
Yeah, most definitely. Seems so. Zishan Motara really putting a squeeze on the US here. Into 6th over, 2 for 19.
Yeah, they've been restricted to getting the singles and a couple doubles here and there. But the boundaries have absolutely dried up. In fact, the men on the boundary are at deep cover, who you just saw. That's Jewel Andrew. There is a long off in place. And there's also a deep mid-wicket. So those are 3 players on the boundary at the moment. Normally you'd see teams put out their 4 players, but the West Indies gambling with 1 more player inside of the circle. Just the 3 outside from what I see.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Keep the pressure on. Oh, gone past the edge. A good delivery. Just passing the off stump. Good one from Mutara. Just holding its line. Beating Aripali. All ends up. And finishes with a good piece of fielding off his own bowling. Just 3 singles in the over. 28 done. 99 for 3.
Well, if you're not going to field well off your bowling, then it's no encouragement for the others at all. But did well, Mutara, in getting across to make the stop. And Mutara's figures 2 for 20. And there we see, after 28 overs, 99 for 3, 34 for Suri. Ramesh, 17 not out. And the view of what's happening in the pre-sal area. Yeah, the light is definitely going to be an issue.
Yeah, one more to Ramesh. Brings up the 100 for the USA under-19s coming in the 29th over. 100 for 3. Still 126 more to get. Still 125 rather.
Yeah, this 50 coming up off only 73 deliveries. The first 50 for the USA coming off of 98 deliveries, so a bit faster, but certainly not on the same pace the West Indies were doing earlier, with their 50s coming up off just about 60 deliveries.
Yeah, they need to find a boundary. Required run rate now 6.3. So it is going up. Just need a couple of boundaries to settle the nerve. Ramesh pulling away in the gap. Another one.
Yeah, a couple of chances going down here for the West Indies. Seeley shelled one earlier off Redwood, so it actually could have been a lot worse. Well, the bowler thought that one had gone on to hit the off stump. Aripali was leaving that alone. I think he's going to get some credit for a well-judged leave alone.
Seems to be picking Redwood. A bit of spin there. Good work from Joseph.
Joseph again showing some good glove work here. Taking the bails off. So we're going to see continuing here. Mutara is going to continue from the southern end. He and Redwood have been in operation for just over 10 overs now. The USA finally crossing over to that 100 mark. Still a long way to go here for them. And the required rate continues to climb upwards and upwards. Just under 6.5 and over required now. At the senior level, we'd say that that's not a problem. However, at this level, it is definitely one.
Yeah, singles could do a job. But of course, need to find the boundaries at some point. Mixing those singles with a couple of boundaries, things would look a lot different. Yeah, gaps in the outfield.
And they certainly sap away at the confidence of the fielding team.
Again, good fielding from the big guy, Zishan Mutara. There are 3 deep fielders. Deep cover, long off, deep mid wicket. Those are the 3 outside the circle. Short delivery, pull away. Not going to go to the boundary. Wedderburn comes around, and the batsman able to cross over for 2 runs.
It's good work by Wedderburn. Really raced in, just sprinting in. Dindial was after it, and good calling between the two. Wedderburn calling Dindial off and rifling in the return.
Again, our apologies, allowing that one to go through. 13 from 21, Ramesh 20 from 35. Decent partnership. Looking to turn this one on the onside, taken on the pad. But in your estimation, Video, how do the USA under 19s, how do they sort of find the boundaries? What do they do differently to what they're doing now?
Yeah, they're still just locked into this frame of mind of survival more than anything else here. And it's a change in mindset, really, that has to be engineered first between these two. They're quite aware they've lost 3 of their best players so far. They're also aware that they don't have the firepower of Bagani later on today. So I get the feeling is that a lot depends on the 2 batters there. Another member of the Trinidad, that's the West Indies team. And some very smart red shoes. Don't you know you're a fan of those red shoes, aren't you? I think you have one like that, don't you?
Definitely.
Isn't it one you have each day of the month?
See, you have on your red ones today.
Yeah, but yeah, to get back to that point there, they really have to change their mindset in terms of chasing down this total. Once there's belief in the task, it can be achieved. And to convert those deliveries that they're patting down into square leg for 1 into boundaries. See, like that delivery there, that different mindset, you'd have been more mentally prepared for it. You pull it in front of square, it goes for 4. You pull it that little bit finer, it goes straight to the fielder. It's just that small change.
Yeah, I think it's the intent we want to see from these two, the intent to find the boundary. I think at this point they're just comfortable getting the singles, another good delivery, bouncing and spinning away. Good work from Tamari Redwood. But credit must be given too to the West Indies under 19 bowlers. They're not giving much away. The bad deliveries that they are giving away, the USA under 19s are not able to put them away.
There's one of them, full toss, which is just driven straight down to the long off fielder. And just open up the bat a bit more, and you can get that in between the short extra cover and the deep cover fielder and pick up the boundary. So just those small bits of adjustment could be made here. Ooh, not far away from the stumps that time. Several of the players were jumping up and down thinking that was a dismissal. Just missed the stumps. 107 for 3 at the end of 31 overs. And this is a good experience here for the USA team coming up against the former champions. The USA got out of the ICC Americas qualifier, beating the likes of Bermuda, Argentina, and the other team they beat was Canada. They lost out to Canada and then beat Canada in the last game to get into the World Cup. So this is a significant step up for them. And just 1 run. Wedderburn and Dindial have been seeing a lot of each other in the outfield. Seeing what these younger players, they all have the tendency to flick the hat off as they're running after chasing after these balls. Nice tumbling stop there from Dindial once again. Dindial likes to flick the hat off, and as for Wedderburn, he flicks the sunglasses off as he's chasing down the ball.
Yeah. I mean, these shots are just finding the fielders. It's not helping USA's cause.
Yes.
Earlier this morning, though, he really played a good hand. 46, commanded the situation when he was out there.
Yeah, he did. He came in at a situation where the West Indies were 18 for 3 and turned it around.
Short delivery, pull away. This one is going to get to the boundary. Goes all the way behind square for 4. Short delivery and treated equally by Aripali.
Yeah, that's more like it from the USA here. They have to make a fight out of this. That's how you build that winning spirit within the team. Find the delivery that was down the leg side and put it away well. Beat the backward square leg position and away for 4.
Short delivery again. This time Odubun is going to intercept it, and it's just going to be one more. A pretty powerful throw too. Long way out there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Actually, wasn't accurate. It just it was around the middle of the pitch. But there's some intent here finally from the USA. Not content to just pick up the singles. That's a Ramesh boundary. Well, actually, that was Aripali, the 4, and then picking up the single. Can't beat the ball at that time, and just a dot ball to end off the over. So after 32 overs, the USA 114 for 3, and the West Indies well and truly in control of the game at this time, with just 15 overs to go. It's still 110 runs to get. And look at that run rate, almost up to 7 and over now. And it's been climbing steadily through the innings here. West Indies in control, and you would feel that you've seen enough games to know that at this point there's going to be an implosion at some point here. Something has to give. Either the USA start to go after these runs in a big way, or give up some wickets, or the scoring rate accelerates quickly. Well, we're going to see a change in the bowling once again here. No, it's going to be Redwood to continue. Redwood just getting some practice deliveries in. Change in gloves and for the 2 batters, but I'd more suspect that a bit of advice has been administered out there. Always useful when you're bilingual. You can send the advice out in the language that the fielding team does not speak.
Yeah, that always helps. But Redwood and Mutara combining for 14 overs so far. Full delivery driven away. But Pascal again getting the hands to it, and he takes the catch. Aripali has to go, brilliantly caught by Stephen Pascal off the bowling of Redwood. USA under 19s now 114 for 4. Aripali gone for 20.
Oh, that was an exceptional catch there by Pascal to his right, low and going away from him fast, and he dived across and made the catch. Now, I'll tell you what, that was a lot more difficult than it looked like, but he did so brilliantly well to make the diving stop. The thing about him is he's quicksilver on the field, and he really makes this look a lot easier than it is. A wonderful catch there by Pascal, and that has reaped another wicket here for the West Indies under-19 team. 4 wickets down now, 114 for 4, and a good way to start the over there. Redwood taking his first wicket at the start of the 7th over.
Yeah, brilliant catch from Stephen Pascal. He's been excellent in the field, and evidences of that in that catch. But Tamari Redwood has been rewarded for some good bowling, good consistent bowling from him. In the 7th over, he's picked up his first wicket. Brings to the crease Arjun Mahesh, right-hander. Another short batter, short in stature.
Well, he's just about the size of Pandey, who was in earlier.
Yeah.
And he's wearing the number 10 on his back. Wonder if he was inspired by a certain Argentine number 10 in the last World Cup.
Oh, he may be a supporter of Inter Miami.
Could be.
Oh, another good delivery from Redwood. This one coming back into Mahesh. And Mahesh is gone. Bowled by Tamari Redwood. It all seemed to happen so quickly that it even eluded us up here. But Mahesh is making his way back off. And the West Indies under 19s, they celebrate. They've gotten another one. Back-to-back wickets. Mahesh Gormat outscoring 114 for 5.
Oh, yeah, that was good. And Mahesh, let's see what happens here. It looks like it's a quick one that just slides onto the bat. And, yeah, the arm ball is coming through. He just played all over it. And he's looking down. And he heard the death rattle behind him. So I think he just wanted confirmation, hoping that the umpire would say, no, it came off the keeper's pads on onto the stumps. That's not what happened. Straight through. But that has put the West Indies under 19 bowler here on a hat-trick. Redwood has a chance to take a hat-trick here.
And you was just speaking about the implosion. And here it is. Back-to-back wickets. And a chance here for Tamari Redwood to write his name on the highlights in tomorrow's morning papers. 2 for 24. New batter Manav Nayak.
Yeah, he did get the impression that that was going to happen. Something was coming at that point. And the USA, knowing they're falling behind the scoring rate, you could just feel it out there. The tension was building, and an explosion with 2 wickets. Could it be a third?
Oh, quicker delivery! Huge appeal! And umpire Kaulesa shake of the head. And the West Indies are a bit dejected. Manav Nayak, he thought for a moment, oh, could I be the hat-trick hero? No, it wasn't to be.
Well, that was just down the leg side, it seems, according to the reaction of umpire Kaulesa. But boy, a lot of people have been left holding their heads here all over the park. But I think that one was sliding down leg, if anything.
Oh, a bit of pep in his step now from Redwood. Spin and bounce.
Yeah, he tried to repeat the trick there. Quick one. The arm ball just attacking the stumps. Well, Nayak is gonna. I think his heart was in his mouth there for a little bit, because as soon as he got hit, he was looking quickly back to the umpire to see where that was.
Yeah, he is sweeping away. Smith giving chase, and it completes a easy 2 runs. So Nayak off and running here, but a pretty successful over from Tamari Redwood, a double wicket in it. At the end of 33, it's 116 for 5.
Yeah, that's a good over there from Redwood, and finally getting some reward for his bowling. Previous to that over, he had bowled none for 24 off his 6 overs, and now his figure's looking so much better. 2 for 26, a double wicket maiden, I believe that was, for the youngster. And the leg spinners doing the job here. Look at that. Redwood and Mutara taking 4 of the wickets to fall so far. There was also the run out of Kappa, and the leg spinners doing the work here today. And in all, leg spin has taken 7 of the 14 wickets to fall today. That's so far.
So far, yeah. Well, Mutara, one leg spinner out of the attack, and Nathan Seeley is back into the attack from southern end.
Well, I think the next couple of games to be played in this series, the leg spinners will be on as soon as possible, because they're the ones doing the damage here at the National Cricket Centre.
Yeah. Wrist spinners doing some damage. Here's Seeley.
And when limited overs cricket first came in, many had predicted the end of spinners in total within white ball cricket, especially T20 cricket. But that tells you how beautiful this game is. We've seen spinners actually prosper in limited overs cricket. Leg spinners played a big part in the recently concluded 50-over championships here in the West Indies, the Super 50 competition.
Yeah, they always seems to reinvent themselves. A big shot here in the gap, all the way for 6. What a blow from Rishi Ramesh. getting a much-needed boundary. Nathan Seeley a bit too short and punished.
Well, we saw glimpses of his talent in the last game, Rishi Ramesh, and trying to show off some of that here. This one that was a little bit short, not quite as short as it initially looked, but that was a very good shot there by Ramesh to put that one away. We're wondering how much firepower this USA team has. We know Bagani can hit the ball a long way. Can Ramesh be the second of those young power hitters within this USA team? So the USA heading to the World Cup, and unlike the senior men's game where there are a lot of power hitters in the limited overs competitions, well, in the under 19 level, a few appearing. The last World Cup, Devalt Brevis was the one that showed up in a big way. What a talent he is.
Yep.
He played in the Caribbean last couple of CPLs.
Yep. Brilliant talent, Devalt Brevis.
Yes. Well, headline writers are so clever with their headlines. He has been coached, of course, by A.B. de Villiers, so his nickname was actually Baby A.B.
Yeah. Huge fan of A.B. de Villiers. Who wouldn't be? Mr. 360.
Well, we hear so much talk in the NBA about those unicorn players like Giannis Antetokounmpo.
You got that right. Looking to go for the sweep shot, going across the line, and it's just going to be a leg by.
Yeah, well, if there is a unicorn player in cricket, it had to be A.B. de Villiers, who could do almost anything.
Yeah. Fastest 50, the fastest 100, and the fastest 150.
We'll not ask who he scored it against.
Well, you viewers at home, you figure that out.
Yes, I think you would. Yeah, but outstanding talent, and you don't have to be a fan of cricket to appreciate what that man did in his career. Oh, that one peels off the edge again. Couple of runs here for the USA. No, just one. Dindial chased that one down well. It sends in another powerful return here. So the USA, the run rate has slid above 7 and over now, and it continues to rise and rise here. The USA have picked up a couple of boundaries of 4 2 overs ago and a 6 in this one, in the last over, correction. Well, you can't fault Ramesh for trying here. He knows that the run rate is getting away from them. Look at that. 101 needed of 82. When they came back after the break, he was just about to run a ball. Now, that is decidedly in the favor of the West Indies.
Quicker delivery again from Redwood. Yeah, he needs to play the big shots, and he needs to keep coming with regularity. 100 needed of 80 deliveries. Dot balls aren't helping.
That's good. Just playing that square of the wicket. And Seeley is looking a bit frustrated there. That's the third or fourth time that ball has slid off the bat and into that region. And perhaps the West Indies might want to tighten up on that area by putting in a short third man, or maybe in the gully position.
Well, still 12 overs to go. Into the 35th over, 127 for 5. Still 98 required from 72 deliveries. Remember, it's a 47 over affair. So it's 98 from 72 deliveries.
So it's even worse than it appears.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, Motara's going to continue here. 8 overs for Redwood. And you would expect that he and Motaro would bowl out the 10 overs. Remember, 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl 10 overs. The other 3 bowlers are allowed to bowl 9. And you see, this is where the USA missed out in terms of their bowling effort. Their most dangerous bowlers, Ramesh, only bowled 6 overs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dangerous shot right back on the stumps and just working it away.
Yeah. Ramesh bowled 6 overs. Satish, who was the other leg spinner who bowled well, he only bowled 7. So that's 5 overs that could have been used up by the leg spinners. Then you had Subramaniam, who took 5 for 31. He did not bowl his full 10 overs.
Yeah. I think they missed a trick here and there. It's all a learning experience for the captain too, Rishi Ramesh. I'm sure he's going to take all of that in his learnings going forward. But yeah, definitely. And he too was a very good option. And he came into the attack late.
Sometimes you tend to see captains who bowl, they tend to hold themselves back and not bowl themselves when they should. And that was certainly the case there. So the possibility of about 5 to 7. Possibly about 5 to 7 overs that could have been used up by the more dangerous bowlers today. So that is the end of the over. And the USA 127 for 5. They're chasing 224 for victory. And the West Indies clearly comfortably ahead in this one and heading towards what seems to be a victory for them. Unfortunately, due to time constraints and commitments, we will be closing off the broadcast at this time. So just a quick word from Kadir as we close up here. Kadir, certainly looks like the West Indies team will go on to get this one easily. Yeah,
definitely. It seems to be out of the reach now of the USA under 19s. Still 98 runs to get, and the Redwood and Motaro really doing some damage.
Next game we will be broadcasting will be at 9:30 on Monday. That's when the TNT on the 23s will take on the USA on the 19s. Hope that you'll join us for that. On behalf of the rest of the crew, including Kadir Mohammed, it's goodbye for now.